fucking hate broken games. I really do, dude. It's stupid that you're gonna release a game, dude, that's so beloved and be fucking shit at development. This is why it should never, never have been a fucking MMO style fucking game. Great concept, shitty delivery, very hard to do, and some of the bigger fucking companies out there can't pull it off. I don't know where the fuck these cocksuckers thought they could do it. You dumb fucking keyboard. Oh, you son of a fucking bitch. Well, yeah, there's that. Well, we're gonna be waiting, I guess, cause wants to be dumber than shit. Don't know how you need a fuck. Whatever. I really gotta quit playing fucking skate, dude. I should just delete all the skate games because they really piss me off. They do. And the thing is, like, I love Skate 3. Skate 2, I love how it's set up. Skate 1's kind of frustrating. But for the most part, it's really well done. This game would have been better off under Black Box if Black Box didn't decide, fuck it, we're not doing this no more. Are you seriously gonna fuck with me right now? Stressed as I am. Come on. If I get a fucking pop, it's not even fucking charged. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Fuck off! I have a lot of fucking anger going on right now. And these headsets gonna piss me off. One of them, because it's not even supposed to be on that side. It's supposed to be over on this side. And somehow, if somebody comes fucking with my shit while I'm fucking at work. Yep, gonna be here for a long fucking hot minute. So I'm just gonna switch back to transition and mute my mic. Thank you. God damn. I'm done waiting on fucking dumbass games to fucking update. I'm sick of fucking updates. I get on here every time I get home from fucking work. Everything's fucking updating. Everything, always. Pisses me off. Alright. For a minute, I thought it screwed me over here.
Dr. Penske's pretty relieved about Austin. I'd never seen her so worried.
Well, Austin is to the Sunday. I would have been pretty worked up.
Yeah, glad she's...
Stay safe, sir.
If you want a good meal, see Maria at the cafeteria. She'll hook you up.
Watch yourself.
Yeah, maybe I'll just stick with Fallout. Plus, this is a lot higher for Fallout. Something like that. Yeah, we were up there. I think 28 was where we were at. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Oh my god, there goes the 600 fucking goddamn. Take that shit the fuck off. Come on! I might have to give Fallout 76 a go. That probably needs an update too. Now I gotta go find the fucking mechanical menace and fucking put that down.
What?
Hey, who's there?
Nothing
Good.
there now. What do you think?
I don't know. Getting shook up over
Yeah,
nothing.
you're probably right. Gotta cut down on the jet, I guess.
I don't start talking crazy.
Oh, man. Just noise. Just noise.
See what we got going here.
No! Nice.
The fuck, dude? fuck you think you is?
You got what it takes to go far with us. I can tell.
Only thing better than getting pissed is picking a fight. Am I right?
Shut up. Oh, fuck you.
Up top, you gotta be careful. Never know when you're being watched. Hey, Cricket.
Got a hankering for melting face?
No,
I'm your girl.
I've got a few minutes to break.
And then...
Ugh.
Hey, you were the one that walked that freedom trail, right? That's...
I'm gonna go buy a bunch of ammo right now, because that's what I need. I'm gonna pick up some ammo. I need a lot more 10mm, because I have a feeling I'm gonna use the shit out of this 10.
Probably not. Some guy came into town, said he picked up a weird distress call in the Cambridge room.
24. Every conceivable good you could ever need is right here.
Uh-huh. Let's see what you got.
Excellent.
Cause I'm not even trying to get deals, I just want...
Nothing to see here.
We're always open.
Come on. Psycho Jet has saved my ass more times than it has it. So.
Yes? Yes?
Come on, get off of there. Go back in, zoom in. Thank you.
Radiation poisoning is a common ailment, but we can cure just about anything.
Yeah. Take a look at me, Doc.
Tell me your symptoms.
I'm pretty beat up.
Scrapes and... Done. Now, was there anything else bothering you?
No other complaints.
All right. Don't ruin my hard work by dying out there.
Thank you. God, that's annoying. He even touched me, dude. Somehow I still got the fucking virus. Alright.
Read the paper, mister. Trust me.
I love how I gotta listen to this radio station. It's not playing nothing. I gotta do. Yeah.
Nice night, huh?
$18 of them bitches. Yeah, we're gonna start eating this. Missile. I didn't want missiles. Damn. Come on. Why does everybody got fucking missile launchers, dude?
You only kill the weakest of us. It only makes us stronger. If they cannot kill one puny human, they are less than nothing. You fight well for a human. Now die like one. My warriors are waiting for you.
What was that? Hello? Someone there? I can smell you out there! Little sneak. You have to come out sooner or later.
Lock tight.
Find you soon, human! You're here! Stop hiding! I wanted a fight! Huh? What's that?
Human, you fight almost as good as a super mutant. Maybe we will put you in the cage with Strong and Rex.
See what we got here. Yeah, Outer Worlds 2 is gonna be put on back burner for a little bit because
Someone there!
what I should do actually is take off that freaking vampire mod because it's annoying the piss out of me. There's a few mods I want to take off here actually.
What up here? Who's that? Cover! What was that? A noise? Only one of us survives this! And it won't be you! What? Scared already? Something there. You humans made us. Now suffer for your arrogance. What? I hear something. Sound. What is it?
said death claw meat. I'll take the meat.
Oh, beneficent part! Wait, come back! Don't leave me here! Follow strong. He knows the best way down off of this cursed tower.
Go to lift.
Nice.
Go fast, humans.
That is good to know right there.
I can hear you. Let's play. Now I'm angry. They're out there somewhere.
So then, you'll be the kindest thing. I thought you could civilize these savages by. Strong here believes it is. I shall lift our spirits by.
What was that?
Moving to the ball. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we ought might win by fearing to attack. They say do never live. The well is empty and all the devils are here. Let me embrace this sour adversity. The wise men say it is the wisest course. Stopping. Why is it stopping? We're all going to die, aren't we?
Noises.
Alright, so we gotta do Rex. Yeah, fuck off.
Show you strong mind you. Around my neck.
I do have to start pushing that way.
Cowards die many times before their deaths. Are we finally down?
Rex, human talk too much.
Where the fuck are they at?
Rex.
Many thanks for
Damn,
that
Rex was starting to
timely
piss me
rescue.
off. I couldn't find him. I'm glad he finally decided to show his face so I could freaking talk to him. Asshat.
What were you doing up there?
I was attempting to teach those super mutants human culture, trying to civilize them. I thought if they could just experience the majesty of Shakespeare, it would change them forever. And who better to open their eyes to the wonders of the bard than Rex Goodman, the foremost actor in the world today? Yes, well, in any event, I'm quite grateful. I'd like you to have this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think it's time I left this awful place. I'm returning to WRVR and resuming my career in radio.
Three Musketeers. That's part about having kids in Halloween.
Go find milk of human kindness with Strong.
Yes, I'll honor my promise.
Good. You Strong.
Hey,
What needs smashing? Yes?
you can head home now.
Strong way to tell. Strong hope we find milk of human kindness soon.
fun part is I'm gonna turn this in. Sadly, I could have saved Kent. Outside of radiation poisoning, which fuck the scorpions. Yes, good. I don't want to help them asshats anyway.
I'm hearing stuff. Someone. What was that?
The sensitivity of my sensors clearly needs adjustment.
Maybe I'll do a one where I just do creation content. Fucking bullshit. Just say fuck the whole main quest mission.
Is someone present? Advanced Institute.
Most Advanced Institute what? You never got to finish the statement. And why were they not hostile towards the gunners? Gotta slowly make my way all the way around here now. We got up there. Yeah, I can't scum save it, so I can't like just take a wild jump and be like, oh, that didn't work, let me just reload.
Hit analysis. Green. Security sweep cancelled.
That is a safe right there.
Hear about Saugus? Apparently the place is war. Slagging the whole damn crew? Damn. That's what they're saying. They won't made it out.
About time someone wiped those bastards out.
I hear you. But now we gotta make sure we ain't. So just stay alert, alright?
What was that?
we go. Pepsi time. Alright, finally. I think I finally got my medication situation figured out. And I'm kind of mellow again. So now I can do my elevated streams. Oh, don't tell me it's dead now. It's fucking dead too. God damn it. No, I don't have a situation. Maybe. I might take that and then fast travel down to the arena using the Brotherhood of Steel. Then that would require me to have fusion
You
cores.
from one of those vaults? You got too many
Mila's
teeth to be a
transmitting
scab.
loads of information. At first glance, the atmosphere appears normal, but I'm going to die. I already lined up another place to stash one of my babies, if you got the time. You need anything?
Let's take a look.
Made a new batch of whatnots for you.
He's up on the meds, pal.
There's a Tinker Tom special. I might actually buy that.
The importance of Bunker Hill and our asset there is not widely known. Please keep it that way.
Sorry, Tinker Tom's got me doing something.
You really walk the Freedom Trail? By yourself?
Hey, I hope to God the Institute doesn't find us here. At least not soon.
I don't think the Institute will be able to be honest.
Word is Diamond City is under opposition control.
Hey, you. You the new heavy? Wanderer, right?
In the flesh. Nice to meet another agent.
Likewise. Anyone crazy enough to join us is okay in my book. So the switchboard was crawling with bad guys. Mines and shit too. Any of that true? Or was Deacon bullshitting me again?
You calling me a liar?
Hell no. I'm calling Deacon a liar. How'd you take down the old HQ? Please tell me you didn't go along with Deacon's in and out like a ghost crap.
Let's just say we found flaws in the facility's defenses and exploited them.
I guess that's one way of doing it. Well, welcome to the...
Thanks for inviting me.
We should... They call me Glo...
I like it.
What's not to like? You're helping out my people.
Sounds like a good plan.
You know it.
There you go.
Deacon's record is the best. You could learn a lot from him.
Deacon's record is the best, huh? I don't see Deacon out here putting in work. Paul Revere's house. And I think I can actually get rid of the Silver Shroud shit now, once this is over. Now I don't need any of it.
Heard what you did. Saved that Rex Goodman from the super mutants. Guess not everyone appreciates the Bard. Am I right?
Hancock.
All by your lonesome, you took down the big bad Sinjin. We get to walk that tightrope of freedom one more day. Take this for the effort.
The
world's better without him.
And the future looks a little... Gutter's been running a little...
Hey, Hancock.
Something up? I'm listening.
You ever tried chess? Sometimes you need to sacrifice a piece to keep the game going. Keep that in mind.
Obviously, she's never played chess. The point is to crush your opponent. If you gotta sacrifice a few pieces to do so, do it. But you don't want to keep the game going. You want to win as quickly as possible. And as effortlessly as possible. And the Brotherhood's out. Shit, what am I doing? Hit this memory log real quick, because I can nap here. I should run by Cleo and buy some more tan too, because I'm going to need that when I get down south.
Don't worry. I only test the weapons on customers I don't like. Feel free to browse.
Let's see what you got.
A gun for every occasion.
You're looking to stock up on general equipment and hit Daisy's discounts.
Yep. I can use his bed. It's indoors. And just in case... Just in case. We'll pop that.
What? I look like a bartender? Take your troubles someplace else.
Someone, please. Help. This... If that's what you want.
That solves the problem real fast. God damn it. There we go.
Yes.
What's this up here?
Going up. Intruder identified.
See what we got here for these articles. The West Wing.
Lobby.
I was thinking Tom later. I'm not trying to get back. Trying to head fucking east here. I mean, south will work too. Oh, southwest, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
What's our next
Sometimes
move?
the direct approach
just say the word.
isn't the best to take.
Always wanted to go to the big city. Now I can't wait to leave.
The
I
route
suppose
sure
that's
is
something
your
worth
friend.
building. Make me a second printing press while you're at it. First rule of the city. Eyes up,
Bigger
weapons
gun,
out.
bigger boom. Good job.
So where are we off to next?
Remember, we're out here representing the Brotherhood. Let's make them proud.
Why the hell is my door open?
What's up?
Huh?
More opportunities for an ambush around here than I like.
We'd move faster if you kept your eyes on the road and
Yes.
not me, Doc.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to lighten the load.
Hmm?
Or, you know, if you need anything proofread.
I'm feeling overdue for some reconstructive surgery. Ooh, maybe I'll go blonde next time. Do some
Looks like it's in working order. Looks like it's in working order.
Soldier?
All this walking's wearing me out.
There's Brotherhood, then there's everything else. Nothing in between.
World is bigger than Strong knew. Someday, super mutants kill everything.
Never thought a reporter could consider themselves a success until someone threatened their life.
Human super mutants freaks.
very
Very busy around here. Human buildings break easy. Very weak, just like humans.
Coming from a guy who's ready. Bald 87. A chance at instant death from the fucking birds.
fucking load!
Believe they're only giving me half a share. This outfit's way worse than the last one. Oh, shit! Hard, kick your shit! I'll find you.
Time to reel him in. Man, fuck this! I'm out! No way is this worth it!
I need to get as far south as possible. Oh damn, it needs science. Oh, well, I'm fucked there. Let's hear Sal's tape.
Damn it, worthless bastards. Scattered like rad roaches the moment they saw their first. I've spent months prepping for this op. There's no way I'm backing out now. That treasure will be mine, even if I have to dig it up with my own bare hands.
Lock's really strong. Got it.
how many, why I missed so much. God damn, now I gotta go through this and do all this. And I hope like hell I get enough. I can make a quick bed. Maybe. Let's see if I can do it here, actually. Do I have what it takes? Power. Miscellaneous. Not even close. Ooh, that's just dirty. Because I don't think there's anything here that's even close to that. I still need concrete. a single chunk of concrete in this entire area. Oh my god, dude, are you fucking shitting me? The fuck was that? Fuck you, Bethesda. Fuck Jamaica Plains. I bet it's straight east. I'm going right to the fucking goddamn fucking Brotherhood of Steel. Oh my god. Just fucking loading into a fucking world, man. Damn.
It's gonna kill me. No more from you. You're not replacing me. Oh god. It's gonna kill me. Quiet. Please. Please help. Christ. I need to get out of here. Look. I'm not that interested in chatting right now. Please. I just want to be alone.
don't think we met yet.
How can a machine believe it's alive?
Mayor's password did me no good, so I'm not gonna even worry about it. I'm not gonna cross the next point. But I do want to get this one moving because I am in the mood to do some New Vegas. My streams will probably only be on Sundays after this week for a while. Only because, well, work. It's nearing the end of the work season. So now we gotta work 6 days a week. Mainly because of our county inspector, but, or the county inspector we gotta deal with.
Ah, there you are. Finally. I've been waiting to talk to you.
Who are you?
I'm Ronnie Shaw. At least I was.
Glad to meet you.
Ah, well, you're right about...
I'd still like to hear what you came to talk to me about.
Heard you were trying to get the minute. So what's your story?
Right. The Minutemen are the good guys.
I've heard some good things. Now that I'm here?
We can always use more.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I'm probably... All of our best equipment was stored in there. Weapons, ammo, schematics, you name it. Come on.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen. All quiet, which is how we like it. Stay safe out there, people.
This is the door to the armory. Ah, good. Looks like my trick now is finding a way in.
Movement detected. Sentry bot. Designation Sarge.
Here's what we got here. I can make some berry mentats. Yeah, maybe some Skyrim. I haven't played Skyrim in a hot minute. Come on, Raisha.
Yes?
Hello, sir. General.
This is the door to the armory. Ah, good. Looks like it might still be intact. Door's still sealed. Bastion hasn't collapsed. Trick now is finding a way in.
Already did.
I hope you have an idea.
Of course I do. If you can't go through, go around. Let's have a look at the northeast bastion.
Yes?
Tuned to Radio Freedom. Nothing new to
This was the general's quarters. Used to be a tunnel leading from here to the armory.
Oh.
Wow, looky here. You've already cleared it. Good job. Let's get down there and see if there's still... Sarge is still down here? I wouldn't want to be the unlucky one to ever run upon him down here in the dark. Let's see. I used to know this password. One if by land. Nah, that's not it. For the Commonwealth. God darn it. Oh, it's been a long time. United we stand. Yeah, that was it. Here we are. Told you I'd get us in here. Now, let's see what kinds of goodies are left. Excellent. The armory's still intact. Everything we need, just waiting for us. And the cream of the crop. Schematics for building artillery.
All quiet here. Stay tuned for Minutemen alerts. This is Radio Freedom, broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon here at Radio Freedom. Nothing to report. Stay safe, people.
have to admit, Ronnie,
Oh, we used to. All right, let's get going.
This is Radio Freedom. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates. Broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. Nothing to report. Stay safe out there, everyone.
hey,
Looks like you've got everything we need. Gosh darn, it's good to see our Now, here's the thing about the big guns. They can't fire at anything too close, but their range is impressive. That's what the smoke grenades are for. Toss one of those at the bad guys. If we have artillery in range, we'll confirm over the radio and target our fire on your smoke. But first, we better do a test fire. Make sure we're hitting what we're aiming at.
All right, General, if you can hear me, we're ready. Toss one of those smoke grenades into the target area and we'll start the test fire. Got your smoke on the target. You might want to stand back. You know, just in case.
Come on.
Later, a cracking sound like old timber fallen in the wind came echoing through the darkness. The thing huffed once more in violent triumph and fell silent again, Gore turned the page with panicked fingers. December 17. Oh, Gordy's done it this time. We just held counsel and found him guilty of theft. We only had 1 pound of sugar left. Then suddenly we only had a half. Used 3 of these miners' gold scales we got lying around to confirm it. Pack inspection found half a goddamn stolen pound of sugar in Gordy's stash. Says he's innocent, that it was a frame-up. Oh, it doesn't matter. Rules are clear. Some of the boys say that we should go easy since Gordy helped found the tribe and says we should just kick him out of the cave. Others say that's dangerous because he could come back at any moment. Gordy says it's a fate worse than death. Frankly, I don't care, so long as there's one less mouth to feed. He's standing out of the cave and bellowing that he's innocent. That's a good laugh. Ain't none of us innocent of anything. In other news, the Injuns are back at their hoodoo down below the rise there. I think that's part of what's got Gore too stirred up to count his blessings and leave with his life. Sounds like they got a caged bear down there growling away. Don't know what they plan on doing with it, but 10 barrels of scatter shot and a hungry belly says I hope they send it this way. Gore had stolen the sugar. He told himself that no one would notice, but that was just the hunger talking. Everyone knew exactly how much sugar they had left. He also remembered the growling, and it had indeed given him the shivers.
Sure.
When he'd finally given up pleading and left the cave, the noise had faded into the background, and he remembered breathing a sigh of relief. He never did see what was making it. He'd spent the next couple of days trying to make it back to Dawson. When the snow came in thick, he knew he'd never make the pass. So he decided to turn around and try to make peace with the tribe. He'd eaten most of his coat, boiled it in snow melt and swallowed it fur and all. His teeth were beginning to hurt, and he knew what came next if he didn't find fresh food. But fresh food would be a long ways off. When he got back to the butte, he was startled to find that the trail up to the cave was red with frozen blood. It disappeared into the woods at the bottom of the butte. Despite his curiosity, Gore waited until the sun came up and devoted its precious short hour of warmth to following the trail. It abruptly disappeared right before the line of totems. He found there a decapitated corpse spitted on the branch of a tree. He took its coat, grimy and smelling of decay. Its pockets held only a journal and the leather pouch of remaining sugar. Then he went up the butte cautiously, slowly rounding on the cave. He didn't know it at that time, but he would soon be running for his life from the thing hiding there. The low, strangled moan of a dying man came from deep in the forest. Gore startled from his reminiscence. The sound droned on, intermittently interrupted by a choking sound, as if the gout of arterial blood were getting backed up in the dying man's throat. Gore froze, moving only his eyes to make sure that the knife and hatchet were still in his numb fingers. Why hadn't he taken a gun from the cave when he had the chance? The sound faded, and silence so profound that it was deafening fell over the darkness again. Gore edged forward, stiff legs protesting. from a gap in the frozen hide, he could barely just see out into the moonlight. At first, it was all just snow and the silhouettes of ancient trees, but his eyes searched around until they fell onto the corpse of the dead warrior that he'd stepped over to get to the lodge. Never step over a dead body. He heard McTerry's voice echo in his mind. Superstitious, Gore had thought, just like all his kind. But now he wasn't so sure. Hadn't the corpse been facing the other way? And what was that glint in its eyes? The moonlight? But hadn't its eyes been shut? The sound of a man bleeding out through his own cut throat ripped across the silence again. Gore could have sworn that it was coming from the corpse, but his mind was so frayed that he couldn't be sure. He pulled back into the lodge with a stifled yelp, and the sound stopped. More knocking sounds came from the woods, like someone angrily pounding on the totems out in the distance.
Nuts. Poetry night is coming up.
Another crack of dried wood and a triumphant growl. What can stop it? He thought
There's
desperately.
nothing like the feeling of strut
Something
around.
has to be able to stop it. He turned up the lamp and flipped the page. December 18. God damn, what a night. What a goddamn night. All night through, those damn savages chanting away.
Just where do you
That
think
thing
you are?
they got down
This
there
is
is
Adam
growling
Cat
up a
territory.
storm. Buff went back down there an hour ago.
You can't be seen.
Oh, he'd given him up for
I
a
know what
goner.
this.
He
I guess you don't
came
look.
back all at Twitter again.
Sure. Yeah.
Said
Nah,
that thing
my
they
girl
got
Ralph,
tied up
she
down
also.
there ain't natural. Said that only one
Hey
grave
there.
is left
We got
there.
junk that'll make you wanna
Some
die.
shirtless crazy fuck. Buff's gotta be
What's new around?
delirious.
Heard the Brotherhood is
Said he's
those
the
deadheads.
only one chanting, but there's the voices of at least a dozen
Not
men
now.
down there. Must be hiding in the woods. Of course, good chance we're all a little delirious. I'm gonna go have a look myself.
Hey,
I
was
want
almost
to get a
finished.
gander at this thing that Buff's all worked up over. Says it's completely hairy, like an ape from the circus, but that it stands on two legs like a man. I've never seen a circus, so I can't say. Said it's only a few feet tall, 3 or 4, and it's chained to a totem. That's nuts, because Injuns don't use chains. Says it stinks too. That I believe, because I can damn near smell it all the way up here. Like old garbage in a July latrine. The way it bellows is just... Well, let's just say it's about time to put an end to it. December 18 night.
Sweet.
Well, I got some good news. We got full bellies. That is, if we can manage to keep it down. We ate that hairy thing. First I got LaBeouf and we snuck down there real quiet like. Got within seeing range of that crazy engine. And boy, do I mean crazy. You ain't got no idea. Feller had that big old fire going, and sure enough, that thing was chained up down there, going a mile a minute, like it was rabid or something, just like Buff says. I don't know how he saw us. We were real sneaky. Damn sure we hadn't made a noise. We've gotten good at sneaking in the tribe. We knows what we're doing. But some way that brave knew just where to find us. He stopped his chanting, all dozen voices of it, and looked up right at LaBeouf and me hiding in the crags. I hefted my rifle to put an end to it, but before I could fire, that damned Injun pulled up a bowie and clean cut his own damn throat with a deep, slow cut. Oh my God, that ting on the chain went berserk, like it knew what was coming next. You see, that brave looked away from us right before he did it. Looked right at that monkey ting, and they both got real quiet. The ting got all still, like it was afraid. Then the brave nodded to it, like they understood each other. Well, the next thing we know, gouts of blood are all gushing onto the snow. The brave fell down, shaking like he had the palsy, and the ting went to screaming and jerking at its chains with the power of 10 men. Damned lucky it was chained and not just tethered. So the next thing I know, I hear a loud crack next to me, and LeBouf had put a 50 ball right in that thing's head. Damned fine shot when he needs to be. So we go down the hill, and LeBouf is all talking about how he's gonna eat the monkey thing. Like he didn't even see the blamed crazy Injun just bleed himself out like that. To be honest, my mouth would have been watering too if it hadn't been for the stench. Oh my God, the stench! It's all about the cave now. But I guess it's better to be stinking than starving. Next, we start dressing the thing, mostly to get its head free from the chain, and the fire starts to burn down. But it's not quite out yet when that Injun elder overguesses his gunning, and I see him moving between a couple of trees in the shadows. I turn and fire, but go wide, and LeBouf gets up his gun. He pulls, and it clicks on an empty chamber. Damn fool was so excited for meat that he didn't reload. Anyway, I look back, and that crazy brave is gone. His body had clearly been dragged by some other Injun into the woods. I thought about going after them right then, but knew they'd have sport of us if we went into the woods. I'm not worried about the cave. We got half-ton of mining charges and more pistols and rifles than we could shoot in a week. They know they're no good coming up our way, which is why I figure they'd try and draw us into the pine. Anyway, LeBouf and I get the meat back here, and the boys damn near kiss us despite the smell. It was greasy, and I swear to God that the stink is coming out of our pores. But like I say when the boys complain, ain't none of us gourmet. Gore looked out of the gap in the lodge again. He hadn't noticed before, but it did indeed look like that corpse had its throat cut. The red of the blood glistened as though it were still wet. A black shadow dashed across the scene between Gore and the corpse. A strong smell of decay and garbage struck him through the gap like a bad wind. The smell was familiar. It was the smell of the thing that had been chasing him the previous night. It was also the smell that was so strong in the cave and on his new coat. What was it the journal had said? That stink is coming out of our pores. Gore sniffed the coat and winced. The shadow darted by again. This time, the sound of the Clinket boy bleeding out came loudly from just behind the lodge. Only the thin layer of hide and frost to separate them. It was deafening. Gore huddled in the middle of the flimsy structure, scared. He'd not known fear for a long time. Not when he was in the war. Not when he'd come north with nothing but a pistol and whatever gear he could rustle from the rushers. Not when the Mounties came after him for scalping miners. But now he was scared. He looked down at the journal. There were only blank pages left. What had happened at the cave? It couldn't have been that small beast they'd eaten. They said it had only been 3 or 4 feet tall. The one in the darkness was huge. Maybe an older one. A parent? An angry parent looking for its child? Shit! The smell came back as the lodge jolted, struck by a very large fist. I'm not worried about the cave, the journal had said. They know they're no good coming up our way. But maybe something else would have better luck, Gore thought. Then the brave nodded to it, like they understood each other. Not a lone warrior standing vigil, Gore realized of the corpse, but a sacrifice, a bargain, a life for a life, and now the thing knows how to find the ones it saw. The only language that makes sense to demon beasts. The scent of sin on the hunt. Revenge. He raised his hatchet defensively toward the door, impotent fear coursing through him. The lodge shook again. Frost fell around Gore like a dusting of snow. The sound of a child dying echoed through the darkness again. But not a human child this time. A bestial one, pierced through the skull by a lead ball. Then a long, slow moan of mourning that ended in a violent, angry howl. An anger so determined that it overcame 9 armed men. So keen that it destroyed the guardian totems. So final that it cost the people of the village whatever uneasy peace they held with the demons of the north. It howled again, and the sound of the frozen warrior's corpse, shattered by its great strength, tinkled like broken glass through the walls. Gore shook, the tent shook, and then the world exploded into a moonlight snowscape as the high walls were rent apart. Gore screamed.
Hey there.
That's close enough.
Hi.
Oh my god. Fuck you, Bethesda. Oh my god, I could fucking have a crash count as well as a fucking death count, dude, for this fucking game, I swear.
When he got back to the butte, he was startled to find that the trail up to the cave was red with frozen blood. It disappeared into the woods at the bottom of the butte. Despite his curiosity, Gore waited until the sun came up and devoted its precious short hour of warmth to following the trail. It abruptly disappeared right before the line of totems. He found there a decapitated corpse spitted on the branch of a tree. He took its coat, grimy and smelling of decay. Its pockets held only a journal and the leather pouch of remaining sugar. Then he went up the butte cautiously, slowly rounding on the cave. He didn't know it at that time, but he would soon be running for his life from the thing hiding there. The low, strangled moan of a dying man came from deep in the forest. Gore startled from his reminiscence. The sound droned on, intermittently interrupted by a choking sound, as if the gout of arterial blood were getting backed up in the dying man's throat. Gore froze, moving only his eyes to make sure that the knife and hatchet were still in his numb fingers. Why hadn't he taken a gun from the cave when he had the chance? The sound faded, and silence so profound that it was deafening fell over the darkness again. Gore edged forward, stiff legs protesting. From a gap in the frozen hide, he could barely just see out into the moonlight. At first, it was all just snow and the silhouettes of ancient trees, but his eyes searched around until they fell onto the corpse of the dead warrior that he'd stepped over to get to the lodge. Never step over a dead body. He heard McTerry's voice echo in his mind. Superstitious, Gore had thought, just like all his kind. But now he wasn't so sure. Hadn't the corpse been facing the other way? And what was that glint in its eyes? The moonlight? But hadn't its eyes been shut? The sound of a man bleeding out through his own cut throat ripped across the silence again. Gore could have sworn that it was coming from the corpse, but his mind was so frayed that he couldn't be sure. He pulled back into the lodge with a stifled yelp, and the sound stopped. More knocking sounds came from the woods, like someone angrily pounding on the totems out in the distance. Another crack of dried wood and a triumphant growl. What can stop it? He thought desperately. Something has to be able to stop it. He turned up the lamp and flipped the page. December 18. God damn, what a night. What a goddamn night. All night through, those damn savages chanting away. That thing they got down there is growling up a storm. Buff went back down there an hour ago. Oh, he'd given him up for a goner, but he came back all a twitter again. Said that thing they got tied up down there ain't natural. Said that only one brave is left there. Some shirtless crazy fuck. Buff's gotta be delirious.
Jesus
Said he's
fuck.
the only one chanting, but there's the voices of at least a dozen men down there. Must be hiding in the woods. Of course, good chance we're all a little delirious. I'm gonna go have a look myself. I want to get a gander at this thing that Buff's all worked up over. Says it's completely hairy, like an ape from the circus, but that it stands on two legs like a man. I've never seen a circus, so I can't say. Said it's only a few feet tall, 3 or 4, and it's chained to a totem. That's nuts, because Injuns don't use chains. Says it stinks too. That I believe, because I can damn near smell it all the way up here. Like old garbage in a July latrine. The way it bellows is just... well, let's just say it's about time to put an end to it. December 18 night. Well, I got some good news. We got full bellies. That is, if we can manage to keep it down. We ate that hairy thing. First I got LaBeouf and we snuck down there real quiet like. Got within seeing range of that crazy engine. And boy, do I mean crazy. You ain't got no idea. Feller had that big old fire going, and sure enough, that thing was chained up down there, going a mile a minute. Like it was rabid or something, just like Buff says. I don't know how he saw us. We were real sneaky. Damn sure we hadn't made a noise. We've gotten good at sneaking in the tribe. We knows what we're doing. But some way that brave knew just where to find us. He stopped his chanting, all dozen voices of it, and looked up right at LaBeouf and me hiding in the crags. I hefted my rifle to put an end to it, but before I could fire, that damned Injun pulled up a bowie and clean cut his own damn throat with a deep, slow cut. Oh my God, that thing on the chain went berserk, like it knew what was coming next. You see, that brave looked away from us right before he did it. Looked right at that monkey thing, and they both got real quiet. The thing got all still, like it was afraid. Then the brave nodded to it, like they understood each other. Well, the next thing we know, gouts of blood are all gushing onto the snow. The brave fell down, shaking like he had the palsy, and the thing went to screaming and jerking at its chains with the power of 10 men. Damned lucky it was chained and not just tethered. So, the next thing I know, I hear a loud crack next to me, and LaBeouf had put a 50 ball right in the damn fine shot when he needs to be. So we go down the hill, and LaBeouf is all talking about how he's gonna eat the monkey thing. Like he didn't even see the blamed crazy Injun just bleed himself out like that. To be honest, my mouth would have been watering too if it hadn't been for the stench. Oh my God, the stench! It's all about the cave now. But I guess it's better to be stinking than starving. Next, we start dressing the thing, mostly to get its head free from the chain, and the fire starts to burn down. But it's not quite out yet when that Injun elder overguesses his gunning, and I see him moving between a couple of trees in the shadows. I turn and fire, but go wide, and LaBeouf gets up his gun. He pulls and it clicks on an empty chamber. Damned fool was so excited for meat that he didn't reload. Anyway, I look back and that crazy brave is gone. His body had clearly been dragged by some other Injun into the woods. I thought about going after them right then, but knew they'd have sport of us if we went into the woods. I'm not worried about the cave. We got half-ton of mining charges and more pistols and rifles than we could shoot in a week. They know they're no good coming up our way, which is why I figure they'd try and draw us into the pine. Anyway, LeBouf and I get the meat back here and the boys damn near kiss us despite the smell. It was greasy, and I swear to God that the stink is coming out of our pores. But like I say when the boys complain, ain't none of us gourmet. Gore looked out of the gap in the lodge again. He hadn't noticed before, but it did indeed look like that corpse had its throat cut. The red of the blood glistened as though it were still wet. A black shadow dashed across the scene between Gore and the corpse. A strong smell of decay and garbage struck him through the gap like a bad wind. The smell was familiar. It was the smell of the thing that had been chasing him the previous night. It was also the smell that was so strong in the cave and on his new coat. What was it the journal had said? That stink is coming out of our pores. Gore sniffed the coat and winced. The shadow darted by again. This time, the sound of the Clinket boy bleeding out came loudly from just behind the lodge. Only the thin layer of hide and frost to separate them. It was deafening. Gore huddled in the middle of the flimsy structure, scared. He'd not known fear for a long time. Not when he was in the war, not when he'd come north with nothing but a pistol and whatever gear he could rustle from the rushers. Not when the Mounties came after him for scalping miners. But now he was scared. He looked down at the journal. There were only blank pages left. What had happened at the cave? It couldn't have been that small beast they'd eaten. They said it had only been 3 or 4 feet tall. The one in the darkness was huge. Maybe an older one. A parent? An angry parent looking for its child? Shit! The smell came back as the lodge jolted, struck by a very large fist. I'm not worried about the cave, the journal had said. They know they're no good coming up our way. But maybe something else would have better luck, Gore thought. Then the brave nodded to it, like they understood each other. Not a lone warrior standing vigil, Gore realized of the corpse, but a sacrifice, a bargain, a life for a life, and now the thing knows how to find the ones it sought. The only language that makes sense to demon beasts. The scent of sin on the hunt. Revenge. He raised his hatchet defensively toward the door, impotent fear coursing through him. The lodge shook again. Frost fell around Gore like a dusting of snow. The sound of a child dying echoed through the darkness again. But not a human child this time. A bestial one, pierced through the skull by a lead ball. Then a long, slow moan of mourning that ended in a violent, angry howl. An anger so determined that it overcame 9 armed men. so keen that it destroyed the guardian totems. So final that it cost the people of the village whatever uneasy peace they held with the demons of the north. It howled again, and the sound of the frozen warrior's corpse, shattered by its great strength, tinkled like broken glass through the walls. Gore shook, the tent shook, and then the world exploded into a moonlight snowscape as the hide walls were rent apart. Gore screamed.
I live in a large city, and I often use the subway to go to work in the morning. One day, when I was waiting for the train, I noticed a homeless man standing in the corner of the subway station, muttering to himself as people passed by. He was holding out a cup and seemed to be begging for spare change. A fat woman passed by the homeless man, and I distinctly heard him say, "Pig." Wow, I thought to myself, the homeless guy is insulting people and he still expects them to give him money. Then a tall businessman went by and the homeless guy muttered, "Human." Human? I can't argue with that. Obviously he was a human. And the next day I arrived early at the subway station and had some time to kill. So I decided to stand close to the homeless man and listen to his strange mutterings. A thin, haggard man passed by in front of him, and I heard the homeless guy mutter, "Cow." Cow? I thought. The man was much too skinny to be a cow. He looked more like a turkey or a chicken to me. A minute or so later, a fat man went by, and the homeless man said, "Potato." Potato? Now, I was under the impression that he called all fat people pig. That day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the homeless guy and his puzzling behavior. I kept trying to find some logic or pattern in what he was muttering. Perhaps he has some kind of psychic ability, I thought. Maybe he knows what these people were in a previous life. In Japan, many people believe in reincarnation. I observed the homeless man many times, and I began to think my theory was right. I often heard him calling people things like rabbit, an onion, a sheep, a tomato. Now one day, curiosity got the better of me and I decided to ask him what was going on. As I walked up to him, he looked at me and he said, "Bread." I tossed some money into his cup and I asked him if he had some kind of psychic ability. The homeless man smiled and said, "Yes, indeed I do have a psychic ability. And it's an ability I obtained years ago. But it's not what you might expect. I can't tell the future, or read minds, or anything like that." "Then what is your ability?" I asked eagerly. The ability is merely to know the last thing somebody ate, he said. Well, I laughed because I realized he was right. He had said bread. The last thing I had eaten for breakfast that day was toast. I walked away shaking my head. Of all the psychic abilities somebody could have, that one must be the most useless.
I couldn't argue with that. He was definitely a human.
Eugene. Doctor, I am not insane. What I'm about to write to you must remain confidential. I hear the voices. Every time I fall asleep, the same dream keeps reoccurring. I have been put on every single prescription known to man to cure myself of the nightmares. He keeps haunting me. Even avoiding sleep doesn't stop him from lashing out. Why am I the only one that sees him? For a while, everyone just told me he wasn't real. But if he's not real, how come he can hurt me? If he stops hurting me in my sleep, then he tries to torment me in my hallucinations while I remain awake. If I'm insane now, I can reassure you I wasn't always this way. I must tell you everything for you to understand. It started almost a year ago now. That night, all alone, working on my greatest masterpiece, I lived in a small town and was considered one of the best artists in the country. Sometimes you need to do dramatic things to get dramatic results. Very few people understand my genius. My paintings never used to sell before. I lived in a small, simple apartment by myself and could barely make ends meet. Sometimes I didn't. It wasn't until I turned on my rusty television that I discovered my talent. A serial killer had broken out and killed 7 people in the area so far. One of them was a family of 4. It looked so tragic, so disturbing, yet I couldn't look away. Then I wondered if I could replicate something like that as one of my paintings. So I looked up various websites. My imagination is lacking. I needed to see something more real. To paint, you need to be inspired, and you need to experience how people feel just before they die. I was not satisfied. I tried to paint the bodies on my plain white canvas, but I could never get the colors right. The wrong mixtures. Nothing seemed to look right to me. Weeks had passed, and I had almost given up until one night I got an answer on my door. It was Karen. She'd been in these apartments for as long as I could remember. I watched her grow up. Karen, what are you doing here? I asked. My parents are gone and my friends want to go to the movies tonight, she said. But I can't leave my grandfather alone in this house, and I need to make sure he takes his medication on time or something serious could happen. She warned me about her grandfather's condition and wanted to know if I could take care of him until she came back. So it was settled. After I agreed, I went to her house to see her grandfather. She left her key under her welcome mat, just as she said. I slowly unlocked the door and made my way inside. I saw a grumpy old man watching the TV set. I have never seen this man before, but something about him made me hate him. His face was covered in wrinkles. He looked unpleasant. He smelled of something rotting away. And he completely ignored me, as if I wasn't there. Even after I introduced myself, he just looked up at me with those dark eyes. Maybe it would be better if he didn't live. He seems miserable anyways. After about an hour, the caveman finally spoke. He wanted his medicine and said they left it in the cupboard in the restroom. I got up, I walked over in that direction. I opened the medicine cabinet, and it looked like this guy was on every medication in the world. It boggled my mind how this old geezer expected me to know which medication I was supposed to give him. Frantic and frustrated, I took every single prescription drug and threw everything down the sink. A few moments later, I heard him say my name again. I have no idea what made me so enraged with that man. I have rarely lost my patience with anyone. I could hear his low-toned voice calling my name, beating his cane on the ground, demanding me to hurry. When I made my way back to the living room, Eugene was still sitting there, a face that could turn someone to stone. His gruesome face staring right at me. Would it really be such a horrible crime if he didn't exist anymore? For someone to put him right out of his misery?
Where is my medicine?
He asked.
I want my medication now. What's wrong with you? I need the one for my heart medication. Without it, I'll need medical treatment within the hour. But that's what you want, don't you?
I was completely speechless. Just then, Eugene turned around and swung at me with a cane. Infuriated, I swung back with a fist of my own. I was shocked. What had I just done? I couldn't let anyone know, and Eugene was a witness. No one would believe such an old man would attack first. I saw his frightening face. He was wide-eyed and filled with fear. He tried to make his way off the ground, crawling so pathetically. I grabbed the closest thing next to me. It was a hammer laying on the side of the dining room table. I came back and struck him on the head. The coward, the weakling. How he attempted to defend himself. It only made me want to strike him again and again. The blood splattered on my shirt and clothes, and I still continued. He screamed and pleaded and shivered and screeched, and every desperate cry only made me strike him that much harder. If it wasn't too late before now, it was definitely too late to stop now. I had to finish the deed. I would be locked up for sure if anyone knew. Again and again, I struck, but he just wouldn't die. He kept begging for his life, and I kept trying to take it away. Why won't he die? I didn't know what to do, so I stormed into the kitchen for a knife. Taking the knife from the drawer, I hurried back and stabbed him repeatedly. Blood was gushing as I must have struck an artery. He will surely die soon now. 15 minutes passed, and the man clung to life like no other. How was this possible? I got exhausted from stabbing. I stabbed through the neck, the spine, and even through the brain and throat. When that didn't work, my hands were trembling from the sight. I had to absolutely finish the deed now. He could not live. The only thing scarier than my ambitions to kill him was the thought of him being alive. Even when he has no voice box from which to speak, everything was spoken in his eyes. I tore his eyes out. Then I went down to the cellar, and there I found a sledgehammer. I almost tripped coming back, but I stood firmly on 2 feet, raised the hammer, and slammed down with all my might. I heard the crushing of bones and crackling sounds. I broke his spine, his legs, and then his neck. Finally, I could sense no movement in him. It had stopped. Just for good measure, I smashed in his skull, watching his brains fall to the floor. Finally, for sure, the deed was done. My overjoyed victory turned to pure fear. Dear God, what have I done? All my senses for the first few moments kept me frozen. I sat in the corner of the room, covered in blood. I knew that it was all over anyways. I would have no time to clean this place up. Karen would be here soon. And then it would be all over. Before long, I started to smile. Finally, I knew what it was like to see someone dead. Nightfall was approaching. I didn't know what else I could possibly do. I mean, I was no match for forensics, and they would surely find out it was me anyway. I was an artist, after all. So, with a stroke of my brush, I started to paint. The variety of colors I could think of was limitless. I could still see Eugene's horrified expression and the way the blood coagulated when it dried. This is what I was missing. The details. There was so much. The emotions I felt when killing such a being, expressed in the painting as well. This was my best work ever, and I had no one to share it with. Before I could finish my masterpiece, I heard a sound. It was the sound of keys followed by the door unlocking. My pale face looked to the floor. I knew who it was, what she would say when she saw the sight. Or maybe she would just scream. But instead I got a stranger answer. As I heard Karen walk in, she asked me, "What's wrong?" She asked me if I was okay. I looked up. To my astonishment, Eugene was sitting at the couch, his eyes still made of stone. Nothing appeared to be broken on him or moved out of place. He hadn't had a single scratch on him. But how could this be?
Chilling tales for dark nights.
Home. Written by Jeffrey Ebright. Narrated by Otis Jiry. Featuring Mr. Creepypasta. Music and audio production by Jeff Clement. The early morning sun poked through my window, let me know it was time to get to work. I yawned, stretched, and put on a pair of shorts with a t-shirt. I could hear the cardinals chirping hello to the serene August morning. It was already in the mid-60s, which meant a very warm and humid day would be on its way. The kids would be here soon, and I needed to make sure everything was ready for the weekend. As the sun inched over the horizon and burned away the morning haze, I checked the cabins and found everything in place for the new campers. Food packed the cabinets and freezers in the mess hall, enough for a large contingent of children. This would be the last weekend of summer camp for the year. Once these kids were gone, the Winoka Nature Reserve would be shuttered and forgotten until spring returned to claim the reserve from winter's icy grip. I checked the list Roger had given me at the beginning of the camp season. I went through the list of participants and stopped at the last unchecked date. This weekend, I would help host the boys of St. Michael's Orphanage. Sorry, we don't use the word orphanage anymore. Political correctness sent out a memo calling St. Michael's a foster child care center. It doesn't matter what name they give it. St. Michael's houses all the unwanted children from broken and abandoned families. These kids were the modern-day wretched refuse the Statue of Liberty talks about on its base. If not for the sizable donation from the Joseph Swift Foundation, these kids would never step foot in Camp Winoka. They were truly the lost souls, and if not for a few caring individuals, would have slipped through the cracks of society without concern. For most of the camping season, snot-nosed rich kids ran around Winoka like they were personally responsible for nature itself. They were privileged, spoiled, and couldn't give a rat's ass about communing with nature and its wonders. The upside to those little rich kids was the money their parents shelled out for us to entertain and amuse their rotten brats for a week. Their cash kept Camp Winoka running and afforded the opportunity to bring in less fortunate kids for camp. Although most of these young souls had never been out of the city, they appreciated the commune with forest life. After 30 years as camp caretaker, this was my favorite, seeing the wonder in their eyes when presented with the majesty of nature. With everything in order, I jumped on the camp's ATV and drove back to my Airstream trailer nestled off the camp rock. That was a little unkempt. I swept back my salt and pepper hair, tied a rubber band around my ponytail, brushed out my beard, dabbed on some deodorant, and slipped into a clean yellow polo shirt with the camp crest. It was about 8 a.m., and the camp would come to life with new explorers soon. I fired up the ATV and went to base camp to await the last campers of the season. I had just finished a Red Delicious when I heard the bus rolling down the dirt road. The Winoka Nature Reserve was an isolated slice of forest in the southeast corner of Ohio. It covered over 400 acres of privately protected woods and wildlife. Hiking trails wound through the forest without a telephone pole or a skyscraper littering the landscape. The cabins, mess hall, and even the suspension bridge across Taylor Ravine were all built with solid 19th century ingenuity. A single dirt road was the only way in or out of the reserve. Roger was the first off the bus. As usual, he was filled with energy and covered in summer sweat. Although most counselors were teenagers trying to add a community service star to their college transcript, Roger had fallen in love with Camp Winoka and decided to make it a yearly commitment. He was an able-bodied guy, so I appreciated the help.
Jackson, how's it going, you old mountain man?
Roger thrust out a hand. I shook it. Everything's primed and ready to roll, Roger. While the other counselors tended to the kids, Roger slung an arm around my neck and walked me away from the unloading bus.
Listen, Jackson, there are 22 kids this year, all boys, so we can use cabins A, B, C, and we'll leave cabin D empty. There's a couple rowdy ones, but nothing we can't handle. After all, if we can't handle 24 kids for 3 days, we're in the wrong business.
He laughed and looked at me with a concerned expression.
How's your arthritis?
Good days and bad, Roger, I supplied, but nothing to keep me out of the game.
Good to hear. I'll get with you when the kids are done settling in, and we can go over the schedule. Here's to a great weekend.
He slapped me on the back and returned to the bus. The kids unloaded and settled into their assigned cabins without incident. From the checklist Roger gave me, the kids were 9 to 13 years old, most in the lower part of the age range. Just like every year, we gathered them together in the mess hall for introductions before lunch.
Good afternoon, campers.
Roger cheerfully bellowed.
Hello.
He was met with a semi-enthusiastic hello
Hey there.
by the campers.
You're with the Minutemen, right?
My name is Roger Lovek.
The Minutemen are always happy to
I'm the
help.
head counselor for
What
your
did you
stay
need?
at Camp
A pack of feral
Winoka.
ghouls
And
have holed up
this
nearby.
Reported to the four
Some
yellow-shirted
of them started
counselors.
wandering out lately.
Gary,
If more of them start
Glenn,
wandering out this
Mitch,
way, we may
and
be
Tom.
overrun.
This
We
is
need
Mountain
someone to
Man
clear them out.
Jackson.
He pointed to me.
He takes care of the campground all year
I'm
long
on
and
it.
keeps it looking
It's
great.
as good as done. I'll
If
be
you ever
glad
have
to
any
have them
problems during
gone.
your stay, please let myself or one of these men know. We are here to make sure that you have fun and stay safe.
Roger glanced to his clipboard.
With that in mind, we do have a few rules.
The children heaved a collective sigh.
Come on, guys. The rules are here for your protection. The nearest city is 45 minutes away. The nearest hospital is over an hour. Play safe, stay safe, right? Rule number 1. Everyone needs to be in their assigned cabin by 9 o'clock. When you're in the wilderness, the temperature drops about 20 degrees once the sun sets. Unlike the city, there's no street lights. It gets really dark and very cold quickly. Rule number 2. Every camper will be assigned a buddy. Your buddy is to be with you at all times. Well, unless you're going to the bathroom.
Everybody chuckled at this.
Rule 3. Unless you're being led by a counselor, stick to the blue paths. If you look at your packets, you'll see the paths I'm talking about. Blue paths are safe to walk with your buddy. Red paths are trails approved for walking only when a counselor is with you. The black paths are off limits and are for staff members only. Rule number 4. Trail bikes, paddle boats, and canoes are available on a first-come, first-served basis. The sign-up sheet is located on the bulletin board outside the main cabin. We put up a new sheet after dinner for the next day of unscheduled activity time. And, before you ask, the ATV is for counselor use only. Rule number 5, be respectful of your counselors and fellow campers. We have opened this once-in-a-lifetime chance to enjoy nature. Take advantage of it, not the people around you, and you'll have a great time. What do you say?
The kids offered a civil round of applause. Roger waited for the smattering to die down.
And this year, we are offering a special surprise to the best campers. We'll be choosing 6 of the best campers for a Sunday night excursion to the Light of Hope Ruins.
Some kids smiled and nodded.
I can see some of you know the legend. We'll be camping there for the night with an open pit cookout, s'mores, and maybe, just maybe, do a little ghost hunting. How does that sound?
The kids erupted in applause and whistles. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself.
Great! Be on your best behavior, and you can be one of the chosen few. Now, let's all get in line for lunch. We have a lot to see today.
The kids continued to applaud as they lined up for the afternoon meal. I never minded putting meals together when I was in the Army, so it was an easy task. Every day, one of the counselors was assigned to KP with me. Unfortunately, they usually bitched and moaned about it. I never understood that attitude. I mean, get it over with. Don't drag it out by complaining the whole time. Besides, these kids were grateful to have a bologna sandwich, fruit cup, and celery with peanut butter. It was those rich kids that had special menu requests that was the real pain. Needless to say, there are no vegetarians when you're poor. The next couple of days flew by without incident. I'll be honest, I've never seen a group of civilized kids not get into a little mischief when the counselor wasn't around. I guess the Light of Hope camp out was a real draw. For those of you who do not watch those ghost hunting programs, the Light of Hope ruins are one of those places that have spawned many supernatural myths around them. This made life hellish for me. Matter of fact, I spent the majority of my off-season time running off idiots with their ghost detecting equipment because if anyone gets hurt, the sanctuary would be liable for any injuries sustained. However, it never stopped anyone from spinning a yarn about a campfire or two about the place the media calls Gore Orphanage. Light of Hope was located 3/4 of a mile from the main campground, close to the interstate annex. The 6 winners were easy to choose and were elated when we called their names at the Saturday night assembly. The kids were a bit skittish due to the fact that we had to take one of the black paths through the dense woods, but Roger and I made sure they tucked their pant legs into their socks to prevent ticks and chiggers from getting a free ride to the campsite.
Mr. Jackson, what's that?
Close to the campsite, a kid named Connor Watson pointed into the woods where a clearing appeared. See those old markers? That was a graveyard over 100 years ago, I said.
That's creepy.
The boy had a worried face as I patted his head. Don't worry, Connor. Ghosts don't exist. You're safe. offered him a wink. We made the site about an hour before sunset and set to the task of putting up the 2 tents. Each tent could fit 8 people comfortably, but were a bit of a pain to set up due to the remnants of brick and stone left from 100 years ago. By the time we had them up, the sun had mostly melted into the horizon. The 6 winters were a bit rowdy and anxious, but we kept them occupied. Roger took half the kids out to forage wood for the campfire, while I took the other half to help prepare dinner. Although Connor was not too happy about deer stew, the others were unaffected. Mark Treasure acted as almost ghoulish in his desire to try it. We set the gallon pot above a healthy fire. Even though every kid was thinking about Gore Orphanage, none of them asked about it. By the time we were ready for s'mores, they were practically chomping at the bit for a ghost story. I served the kids some homemade apple cider I warmed over the fire to keep the cold away while they finished their chocolate graham cracker marshmallow treats. Roger decided he would begin weaving the supernatural tale.
So, has anyone ever heard of Gore Orphanage?
All hands went up.
But does anyone know why it's called Gore Orphanage?
Most of the kids shrugged.
Well, back in the late 1800s, there was an orphanage located on this very spot. You see the bricks and timbers lying around our campsite, right?
They all nodded.
It was once a huge building that housed almost 200 children. It was originally called the Light of Hope Orphanage.
I jumped in. These kids they took in weren't good kids like you. They were mostly runaways and kids that weren't right in the head. And some were downright mean. But they were too young to go to prison, so the authorities put in Light of Hope for rehabilitation. You kids know about what that means. Some nodded, intent were listening. That means they hoped the orphanage could help them become good, productive citizens.
But some couldn't be rehabilitated.
Roger sighed.
Some children were dangerous and had to be chained up at bedtime. Some children were locked downstairs in the basement and were only allowed out for an hour a day. The worst of them were isolated in small, lightless parts of the basement and never allowed to play with other children.
The worst of them was a kid by the name of Lowell Frudd, I continued. Think of the meanest kid you know. Now, times that kid by 10. That's how mean he was. Nobody knows what made him so mean, or if he was born with the spirit of the devil with him. His first night in Light of Hope, he bit off another kid's ear. They tried chaining him, but he'd pick the locks and hurt other kids. So they put him downstairs where he got free again. This time he hurt a kid so bad that by the time the orderlies got him to the infirmary, the kid was almost dead.
Lowell had broken every finger and toe on the kid, joint by joint,
added Roger.
And then he started on the kid's limbs, snapping his arms and legs one by one.
Roger accentuated this by breaking some dry sticks and tossing them into the campfire. As you can guess, Lowell had become far too dangerous to leave around other kids, I offered. The people in charge decided to lock him away in the basement. They put him in a straitjacket and only let him out for a shower once a month. When they let him take a shower, they'd also wash down his cell. Let's just say he didn't have the cleanest of bathroom habits.
But how did he eat?
Connor, the youngest of the Winters, asked.
Good question. Once a day, an orderly would bring in a bottle of liquid food, oatmeal, gruel, and force a tube down his throat. They'd empty the bottle straight into his stomach. That method worked until he bit off one of the orderly's fingers. After that, they had to strap him down to feed him.
Come on.
Mark Traeger, the oldest of the Winters, rolled his eyes in disbelief. It's true. A quick, serious look put Mark's doubt in check. They used an old, rusty C-clamp to force his mouth open. Lowell fought them, but only succeeded in breaking his teeth. They found records where orderlies refused to feed people because of his creepy, jagged-toothed smile.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Jackson.
Roger hid a laugh at my improvisation behind a cough.
Everyone that came in contact with Lowell Frudd was convinced that he had the devil in him. But what could they do? The only way to leave the orphanage was either through an adoption or when they turned 18. People knew no one would adopt Lowell. And it was many years before he was old enough to legally leave. So in that small basement cell, he stayed. And years passed.
Roger suddenly stood up.
Sorry, boys. I have to go relieve myself. Jackson, do you mind finishing this?
I don't know, Roger. Do you think they can handle the rest of the story? To this, the children responded with a chorus of protests. Okay. I'll tell you the rest of the story. As long as you guys promise to clean up afterward and hit the bed. Deal? All agreed, and I passed around the rest of the steaming apple cider, while Roger headed into the woods for privacy. After a few years in the hole, the people who ran the orphanage relaxed and let Lowell out of the straitjacket. They even let him eat real food instead of pouring gruel down his throat. It looked like he might have been turning the corner and was going to make a good citizen after all. However, he had these eyes that looked like they housed the fires of hell. It unnerved everyone who met him. But he was behaving, so he got more and more privileges back, although he was still kept in the basement. Then, on an August night in 1910, a night like this one, it happened. Lowell Frudd picked the locks on his shackles. Any other person held prisoner for years would have made for the doors and escaped, but not Lowell. He went to the storage shed and got several cans of kerosene. Back then, kerosene was used in lamps instead of the light bulbs that we use today. He crept through the night, pouring gallon upon gallon of kerosene.
Far and interesting as
In the hallways and any other
I'm looking for someone.
Virgil.
drawing attention to himself. He poured a fine
I need to speak with
trail
you.
of kerosene out the main
Our
doors
brother
and wedged a
from
piece
Thor
of lumber across
What can
the
I do for
doors,
you,
jamming
child?
them closed. And then
Let
he
me
put
know
a
if there's
match
anything
to the
I can-
You
kerosene.
are kind.
The boys
Do you have a
gasped.
moment?
What
They
do you
were
need
hooked.
of me, child?
And in that
I'm looking for
dark
someone
night,
named Virgil.
much like
Have you
this
seen him?
night,
Yes, I
Lowell
know of
Frudd
him. What do you
laughed
want
as
with
he
him?
watched the orderlies and children helplessly
I need his
pound
help
the
reaching the
doors and
institute.
windows
I have heard
as
of
the
this
flames grew
institute.
taller
They
and
hide
hotter.
themselves, trying to avoid the
Survivors
power
say he
of
sat down
Adam.
on the front lawn and
A
watched it
futile
all burn
effort.
to the ground.
In truth,
His red
this
eyes
Virgil has
glowing,
caused some
smiling.
concern. Some believe his presence is an affront to Adam.
What a bunch of
Though he came to
bull.
trade with us on a few
Offered Mark.
occasions, we have.
You think
You can
so?
find.
I asked. Here are the facts, young man. On that August night, 172 children and employees died, burned alive. Only 17 children and an orderly survived. By the time fire trucks responded, it was too late. All the firemen could do was watch the Light of Hope orphanage burn to the ground and listen to the dying screams of the trapped orphans. In case you'd forgotten, you're sleeping in the ruins of Gore Orphanage. Oh, here's one other fact I should share. The children all held their breath when they asked in unison, "What?" Lowell Frudd's body was never found. The local sheriff's office searched the woods for a week, but they found no survivors, nor did they find Lowell Frudd. The only trace of Lowell was where the survivors said he was sitting on the lawn. A single word was burned into the grass. Home. People say Lowell Frudd roamed the Winoka woods like an animal, wild animal, until his dying day. Some say his spirit still haunts these woods. And on certain nights, like this one, you can hear the wailing of the orphan children, warning the living when Lowell Frudd is lurking about. Wait. Listen. The kids looked at each other as the night sky covered the woods in darkness. Only the occasional crackling of the fire interrupted the silence. almost on cue, a thin, high-pitched moan filtered through the surrounding trees.
What was that?
Connor sputtered. I have no idea, I said flatly. Just stay near the fire. It was then I saw Connor, mouth wide open, pointing toward the woods. One by one, the other kids followed his finger. In the tree line, two small red orbs the size of human eyes glowed. And from the thing in the tree line came a single guttural word. The children froze. Their panic drenched the area. The thing advanced again, and they all began shrieking, but huddled close to the fire. Mark even pulled a partially burning stick from the campfire and held it in front of him. It repeated, drawing closer to the campsite. The children were seconds away from blind panic. I exclaimed, "Lowell Frudd, it can't be!" The thing burst from the tree line and into the light of the campfire. The children offered one more unified scream before realization hit them. It was Roger.
Gotcha!
He laughed, walking up to the campfire. He showed them his glasses with the red LED lights and sat down on a log next to the fire. You kids should know better. I couldn't contain my laughter. Ghosts don't exist. The kids offered weak protests to the prank, but Roger and I couldn't stop laughing. Once the adrenaline surge died down, the kids complied to our wishes and went to their tents. Roger and I made sure all the boys were secure in their sleeping bags before we returned to the fire.
That worked better than I thought,
said Roger.
I didn't believe you about the moaning thing.
Earlier that week, I had told Roger about how the trucks driving the interstate close to Gore Orphanage caused a sound which, when filtered through the dense forest, sounded like an otherworldly moaning. Many paranormal investigators reported it as evidence of ghosts, but it was quickly debunked as passing big rigs. However, we were going to take advantage of any free story once we could.
Did everybody have their fill of cider?
Roger,
don't you lie.
Stack of empty cups.
I'm not lying.
There.
I killed him myself.
Did you? Kellogg was ruthless.
Game over.
I knew they'd send him, and so
Roger
you.
smiled.
Then what do you want?
The kids slept like logs. Roger and I found it difficult to wake them up, in fact. I guess I had put too many sleeping pills in the apple cider. The next morning, the kids made their groggy way back to the main camp.
Why did you leave the institute?
For the return
I know
to
you
St.
came from there.
Michael's.
You know about the
I
escape?
smiled and waved at children
Why
whose
are you
names I
in-
would soon forget.
Relax.
Well, maybe
Just
I'd
Wait,
remember
what?
one.
You want to get...
I'm sure
Never
the bus
mind
ride
how
back
nearly
to St.
impossible
Michael's
that
was
is.
uneventful.
What reason
With the
could you
exception of
possibly
the
have
wives
for
regaining
taking
their
that kind
wits
of
long enough
risk?
to ask where their fellow orphan was. Roger would handle it with his usual charm.
It doesn't matter.
Like he had done in the previous
You
years.
know what? But I'm telling
Probably
you,
some
I can help.
excuse like an asthma attack.
You help me
spider
and
bite
I'll-
from a
All
brown
right.
recluse, or
If
some
I
such
help you,
nonsense.
it could return
It
me.
didn't really
I
matter.
think that.
There
All
was
right.
always a new
Let's
batch
talk
of
deep.
bright-eyed
First
junior
things.
counselors every year.
Yeah,
A
they
missing
use...
child on the
Well,
books meant
it's
an
common
additional $60,000 went
relay.
straight into
That
the
means
administrator's
now.
pocket. All the angles
Sure,
were covered.
lots of them.
Orphans are the lost
Let's go.
souls of society.
Just point me in the right...
That
Well,
would never be missed.
every court gets in bed.
Roger
Now I don't.
joined me
You're
later
going
that
to.
day. We
Okay,
strolled into a
let's get to
cabin
work.
given
Right.
D
The primary
with uncontrollable
now. When you get
grins.
follow the. Not gonna.
Connor Watson,
I.
eyes a mixture of uncertainty and terror, lay bound and weeping in the corner of the cabin. I told you, Connor, ghosts don't exist. But monsters? Monsters are real. I drew my knife and closed the cabin door.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about it.
as their mother was leaving, she told her children not to open the door under any circumstances. If anyone knocks, don't answer it, she told them. But the boy and his sister didn't pay any attention to their mother's warning. They thought she was being too careful. They figured they could take care of themselves in any situation. About an hour after the parents left, the kids heard a knock, knock, knock on the front door. They decided to ignore it, but again, they heard knock, knock, knock. It happened again and again, and it grew louder each time. Eventually, the girl couldn't stand it anymore, and she told her brother she was going to answer the door. When the boy reminded her of their mother's warning, the girl just wouldn't listen. Again, they heard the knock, knock, knock on the door. Finally, the sister went downstairs. Her brother lay on the sofa watching TV. He heard his sister's footsteps walking down the stairs. He heard her asking loudly, "Who is it?" He heard her open the lock on the front door. Then he heard only silence. He lay there for a while, listening for any noise, but heard nothing. Eventually he started getting scared. His sister still hadn't returned. He was afraid to call out to her, so he snuck out the back door and made his way to the neighbor's house. When he was let into the house, his neighbor was watching the local news on TV. The news anchor on TV was talking about a murder. Then they showed a reporter live at the scene of the crime. The neighbor said to the boy, "Hey, that looks like your house." The boy was shaking with fear. "That is my house," he said. "And that's my front door."
Billy Wolf by Kevin A. Lyons, narrated by Otis Jones.
They said it was 2/10 of a mile west of mile marker 28, and there it was. I pulled off the highway, and in front of it, turned on my yellow strobes and pushed open the door. Pulled on my gloves as I walked around the truck. It stared at me with waxy eyes. Its tongue was clenched tightly between its teeth, and its broken legs were pointing in 4 different directions. The second of the dead deer in the truck stared blankly as I picked it up by one rear leg and an ear and pushed it into the tailgate with my knee. Back in the cab, I pulled off my gloves and filled out my mortality report. One dead deer reported by state police at Metcon, I-80 westbound on shoulder, mile marker 27.8. Doe, adult, vehicle accident. This one closed me out for the day. I started the pickup's engine, pulled out onto the road again, and drove into the sunset. I was hoping to get to the Delaware dead stock rendering plant before dark. The old truck struggled up the hills, and its springs sagged under the weight of the carcasses. As I passed the next entrance ramp, I noticed a car parked in the median strip. It was a dark brown four-door late model Plymouth with black-wall tires and 3 radio aerials. Once you get the hang of it, the unmarked police cars are just as easy to spot as the marked ones. I noticed an unmarked car at each of the next 4 entrance ramps I passed. There were 2 marked cruisers, white with Jersey Trooper door patches, parked at the off-ramp through the scenic overlook. I parked the truck ahead of them, far enough downwind to keep the air from turning sour. An old cop, Heavy set with gray
Go
hair,
turn in.
sat on the first car's fender. A thin young cop with sideburns and a mustache was talking to him.
Buy some more
The young one
grenades.
took in my long hair and beard, old flannel shirt with no sleeves, and my red black boots and thigh. He left without a word as soon as I got there. Cops, they're like that. The young ones are out to clean up the world, and
It's time to
most
fucking
of
hook
them
Mama
would
Murphy
like to
up with
start
some more
with me.
fucking dope.
Old cops have had a chance to mellow out, if the low-paying bad press hasn't turned them
high.
bitter.
Tell me
This
why you
old
do
cop had seen me before. He didn't know my name, just that I was the guy from Fish and Game who picked up the road-killed deer. He waved at me and smiled. Good evening. Yeah, I answered. Evening. It's getting late. You still out looking for deer? No, I got the last one 10 minutes ago. I'm on my way home now. Soon, as I dropped these carcasses off and hosed down the truck, the old cop nodded. I waited, but he didn't say anything else. Finally, I said,
Attention.
I noticed a few of your cars on the highway.
Any
Stopped at
recovered
the
historical,
dealer
technological,
ones.
or
Okay,
social
well,
documentation
real
should be
fast.
delivered directly to
No
Proctor
secret, I
Flynn.
guess. We're trying to catch a biker who rides
all.
this
Perhaps
stretch
you were
of highway
interested
some
in
nights.
heading a research
He's an outlaw type. Wears a lot of leather, and his bike's...
I found some technical documents for you.
Ah, good.
They want him for
Here are
speed,
the caps that
reckless
are
driving,
Remember,
evading arrest.
check every building you explore during your...
Think he'll be riding tonight? Tonight's the full moon. He's been making this run at
Welcome
midnight
back.
under the full moon
I heard
for the
about the
last
operation
4
at Fort
months.
Strong. Any
Since
injuries
March,
that require
I asked.
attending to?
It's a little early for a bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cop now.
All right, soldier.
Think I
You
soaked
still
up
don't
some
even
rads
know
out
who he
there.
is?
All right.
Oh, we know who he is. Kid named Billy Wolf. Up until the first week in March, he was renting a room in Dover.
And
but then he
that's
skipped
that.
out. He didn't take
Anything
any of
else
his clothes,
bothering you?
his television, or his stereo.
Just
and he didn't
hurt.
pay
That's
his
some-
rent, his electric bill, or his phone bill. Nah, that's about par for his kind. The cop shrugged again. Anyway,
All
that's
done.
when he
Any other
started making
complaints?
these runs. It's a long wait till midnight, isn't it? Not really. They're beginning to gather already. Some kids were sitting on the slope under the overlook parking lot. Mind if I come back and watch? I wouldn't encourage it, but I can't stop you.
What can I get
Thanks,
for you
I said,
today?
turning to walk back to my truck.
Set
Get
me up.
here early
Be my
if you want to
guest.
park in the lot. The cop
Alright,
called.
so
I'm not
we're
letting
gonna do
anyone
some
park on the highway. I got to the
10
rendering
millimeter
plant
for
late
sure.
and wound up unloading my truck under the spotlights. It's awkward trying to stuff a full-grown deer into a 55-gallon drum while you're tripping over slimy things in the shadows. I got them off, though, and into the freezer. It was only 10 o'clock when I got back to the scenic overlook, but already the lot was more than half full of motorcycles. There were biker types all over the hillside watching the road and waiting. I took in the scene, too. I never noticed before how pretty a concrete highway looks in the moonlight. At exactly midnight, the police band scanner in my truck locked onto a signal. He's heading up the hill to Denville. Who's supposed to be watching at Mountain Lakes? He's never passed us here. Lock him off at Denville. I don't want him to get past Denville. The scanner was quiet for a few moments. He's passing me at Rockaway. Where the hell was that roadblock? He never passed us. He never passed us. After a few minutes, I saw a single headlight in the east, moving fast and followed closely by 4 police cars. Their lights were flashing and the sirens were screaming, but the bike kept going. I saw him clearly as he passed below me. The bike was painted metallic blue and green, blended together in swirls. The chrome trim, sissy bar, and extended front end sparkled in the moonlight. The rider was wearing silver-studded black leather. The 2 cruisers moved out to cut him off. I'm not sure how he did it, but he got past them. He disappeared over the hills in the west, followed by 4 red and blue flashbacks. I followed the rest of the chase on the scanner. Somewhere between the Water Gap exit and the toll bridge, a distance of less than a mile, and bordered on one side by the Delaware River, the cops lost him. Billy Wolf got away again. The bucks got the hell knocked out of them in November and December. That's their mating season, and they're always on the move. For a while, I was running more than 25 deer a day just in my 5-mile territory. By January, all that was over. The weather had turned colder, and the first snow had fallen, and most of the deer were bedded down. I was down to 4 or
Just
5
beeline
calls a day.
Or just like it's just
It was 4
beeline straight
o'clock in the
there.
afternoon and already getting dark when I heard a local cop calling his headquarters over my camp. He said that some woman had clipped a deer on Route 206 just north of Chester by the woods at Black River Bridge. I was in Long Valley at the time. I found a public phone at the bar, called the Chester cops, and told them I'd be up to check the deer out in 20 minutes. The cop was gone when I got there. It was just as well. Townies can be unbearable. The deer was huddled in some high grass, watching me, still alive. Sometimes, if the animal's lucky, it's only dazed by the car. There were pieces of the car's grill and broken headlights in the snow. As I neared the deer, it staggered to its feet and hobbled away, its right rear leg flapping
Hold up,
uselessly
Knight.
in the air.
Let me make one
broken near
thing
the hill.
clear. When I give you a
remember swearing. I
perfectly
was never
good,
going to live.
I want the Brotherhood. We've dispatched the
Starvation
previous.
didn't kill at somebody's pet
I'm sorry.
Yours.
I consider
They knew
it just
your
passing
order.
away.
Understood.
Their insertion point was in the hills.
Right.
Monitor your radio
The
for
state won't
acquire a
let me
signal,
carry a handgun,
and you should.
but I
That's
can
all,
hold
Knight.
Action 3030 behind the seat. I fetched it and followed the deer into the woods. It had run down the abandoned railroad path, leaving flecks of blood in the snow. After walking almost 15 minutes, I saw it lying in the snow, head up, eyes catching the sunset. I shouldered my rifle and chambered around. I don't use a scope, just open eyesight. But I don't miss often, and I did not miss this time. The deer flopped backward, kicked twice, then went limp. I stepped toward it and stopped. My nose wrinkled. I've been doing this job for 3 years, long enough to know death when I smell it. And I smelled the musty scent of old death out of place in the clean
If you
winter
find any
air.
technical documents,
I followed it through some dense brush at the side of the path and stopped at the edge of a small clearing. In the clearing was a shack made of plywood and tar paper, and next to it, caught in a slanting ray of orange light, was a motorcycle, a chopper. The chopper, the one I'd seen that summer night, all blue, green, and chrome under the full moon. It had to be Billy Wolf's chopper. I wondered, was this his hideout between moonlight runs? The snow muffled the sound of my footsteps as I approached. Something was wrong. The bike's tires were flat, and the chrome was speckled with rust, as if cinnamon or brown sugar had been sprinkled over it. That Harley had been left out in the weather for too long a time. All covering was gone from door and windows in the shack, and something made me hesitant about entering the place. The smell of death was strong. Finally,
I do like
looked
the
in
story
through an
tales
empty
they got
window
here.
frame. The interior
I wouldn't
would have
mind
been
if I had
dark
some more of
even
those
if the
mods.
sun hadn't been setting, but I could still see a body in the room. It was sitting in an old chair, wearing high boots, patched blue jeans, and a black leather jacket. The skin of its face had shrunken tight against its skull, and its mouth and eye sockets were wide open, as though death had caught it by surprise. The seated corpse was ankle-deep in last fall's leaves. Dead almost a year, I decided. He had to have died in late winter or early spring. If he'd died in the summer, the maggots would
Your
have
minigun
hit
should
the
be loaded and
bones
ready to
within a
fire.
week.
Good shooting, sir.
I walked around the corner to another window. The back of the jacket carried a flaming skull and crossbones, and the name Billy Wolf. If he'd been dead a year, then he'd been dead long before I saw him ride under the moonlight last July. But I had seen him ride. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. I left him there, undisturbed. I glanced back at his bike from the edge of the clearing. Every man should have a marker at the end of his life. When I die, I'll probably just get a square stone. The next full moon was 3 weeks later, and on the first Friday in February. It was snowing when I got to the scenic overlook, 4 inches on the ground and still coming down. The lot was almost empty. The guy in the van next to me rolled down his window and tapped on mine. "You waiting for him, Billy?" I nodded. "A lot of people don't think he'll show tonight on account of the snow." "He'll be here," I said. I rolled my window back up and wiped the frost off my windshield. At midnight, the snowy stillness was broken by the roar of a distant motorcycle and the wailing siren of a police car in pursuit. It didn't surprise me at all.
Silence. Silence was uncomfortable, and Amy didn't like it. Fingers nimbly tapped across black and white keys as she typed up what she hoped would be a phenomenal English essay. She rubbed her tired eyes and sighed, straining to see what she had just typed in the dim light provided by her laptop. The numbers at the bottom of her laptop monitor read 11:37 p.m. It was going to be a long night.
Looks like a good landing spot.
She
I'll
turned
hop on the ground
to reach for her headphones and then paused. The laptop allowed her to view what she was typing, but it did nothing to assist her in banishing the inky blackness that met her eyes
really turned things
as she
around for the
turned
Minutemen.
away from
I
her
never thought I'd
laptop
see the
screen.
day that we should see about building the
Yeah,
she
she had so carelessly
I'd heard
tossed
stories.
away
The
earlier
fact that
on
she's
the
come
bed.
back to the Minutemen, I'll let you know if I hear. In the
Turning
meantime,
back to her laptop with earbuds in hand, Amy breathed
Sure, let me
hard
just stop what I'm doing to
and
talk
then
to you.
chastised herself for being so childish.
Leave me alone.
She was already 16. She was old enough to know that there was absolutely
Got a
nothing
favor
to be
ask
worried
you,
about.
kid. I know
Yet
it's...
now that she had seen how completely something
Glad-
could cloak
Thank you.
itself in the darkness, Amy couldn't seem to shake the feeling that something was watching her.
another day in the Commonwealth.
She attempted to continue on typing in normalcy when something like footfalls behind her sounded. Amy froze. She could hear her parents snoring in the bedroom across the hall from her, and her sisters had long since fallen asleep. Amy turned stiffly, terrified to think what would be behind her. Every single monster she had ever read about or seen in a horror movie came to her mind all at once as she finally looked upon the spot where the footfalls had sounded. Nothing. Amy hesitantly got up out of her chair, still not completely convinced that she was alone in her room. She practically sprinted for her door and hastily flicked the light switch on. Warily, Amy skirted her room with her eyes, positive that she could find something ghastly grinning at her from a corner,
Full mask
from
mod
her mirror,
comes in
or from
very
under her
handy in
bed.
survival.
Nothing. Amy released a breath she wasn't aware she'd been holding. She left the light on and padded back to her laptop, plugging in her earbuds. Quickly, the pounding beat of her music flooded her ears, and Amy returned to the rhythmic typing of her essay.
You'll find what you're looking for. I know it.
She was almost done with her third paragraph when she looked at her
Mama
clock
Murphy.
again.
You need the
The
sight?
time read
He's telling me-
11:52 p.m.
There you go.
Ah, that's it. I see
Amy paused her music for a moment to
mighty
rest.
hunter.
Fresh and garbage,
Realized
yeah, I like
how
that.
deafening
What
the
you're
silence
hunting
was.
ain't an animal.
Her music
or
acted as a
man.
mask that temporarily
Something
cloaked the
different.
unnerving feeling of not
Maybe
hearing
something
anything but
more
one's
than
own
human.
breathing.
What?
With horror,
What's
Amy
this?
thought of how something
He
could have
says-
skidded, crawled, or slithered into her room without her hearing it over the volume of her music. She hastily whipped her head towards her door again, and as she did so, she felt the gossamer touch of something ever so slightly brushing her shoulder. Barely stifling a shriek, Amy looked back at her shoulder,
Something you need?
expecting to see dead, rotting fingers gripping her tightly. It was just her blonde ponytail, resting on her shoulder from when she'd whipped it round so quickly. Amy rubbed her temples and sighed. Maybe she should get a haircut. The silence and her own exhaustion was getting to her. She was imagining things. This couldn't be healthy. Not even bothering to care about quality anymore, Amy typed several humdrum sentences and concluded her essay. Tentatively, Amy looked behind her one more time. Nothing. Being alone was scary when it was quiet. Amy mused warily to herself as she crawled into bed. But in the end, it was nothing but childish paranoia. Amy let herself drift off to sleep, feeling safe and content curled up in her blankets. She never noticed the dead, rotting hands that quietly prized open her closet door, nor the glass skull smile that shone through the darkness as Amy's monster watched her with wide, unblinking eyes, and began thinking of ideas of how to play with her tomorrow night.
Chilling tales for dark nights.
Someone there?
Good evening. For your enjoyment, we'd like to bring you this spine-chilling tale of terror from my personal collection.
Pickman's Model by H.P. Lovecraft. Narrated by Otis Jiry. You needn't think I'm crazy, Elliot. Plenty of others have queerer prejudices than this. Why don't you laugh at Oliver's grandfather who won't ride in a motor? If I don't like that damn subway, it's my own business, and we got here more quickly anyhow in the taxi. We'd have had to walk up the hill from Park Street if we'd taken the car. I know I'm more nervous than I was when you saw me last year, but you don't need to hold a clinic over it. There's plenty of reason. God knows. And I'm fancy I'm lucky to be sane at all. Third degree? You didn't used to be so inquisitive. Well, if you must hear it, I don't know why you shouldn't. Maybe you ought to anyhow, for you kept writing me like a grieved parent when you heard I'd begun to cut the art club and keep away from Pickman. Now that he's disappeared, I go around to the club once in a while, but my nerves aren't what they were. No, I don't know what become of Pickman, and I don't like to guess. You might have surmised I had some inside information when I dropped him, and that's why I don't want to think where he's gone. Let the police find what they can. It won't be much, judging from the fact that they don't know yet of the old North End place he'd hired under the name of Peters. I'm not sure that I would find it again myself, not that I'd ever try, even in broad daylight. Yes, I do know, or am afraid I know, why he maintained it. I'm coming to that. And I think you'll understand, before I'm through, why I don't tell the police. They would ask me to guide them, but I couldn't go back there even if I knew the way. There was something there. use the subway, or, as you may well have your laugh at this too, go down into cellars anymore. I think you'd have known I didn't drop Pikmin for the same silly reasons that fussy old women like Dr.
Need to pick
Reed
something
or
up?
Joe Mino
Road's pretty
or
long.
Bosworth did. Morbid art doesn't shock
I'll take a
me.
look.
And
Sure.
when a
Yeah,
man
keep your
has
shirt
the
on.
genius Pikmin had, I feel it an honor to know him, no matter what direction his work takes. Boston never had a greater painter than Richard Upton Pikmin. I said it at first, and I say it still, and I never swerved an inch either when he showed that ghoul feeding. That, you remember, was when Minot cut him. You know, it takes profound art and profound insight into nature to turn out stuff like Pikmin's. Any magazine cover hack can splash painter out wildly and call it a nightmare or a witch's sabbath or a portrait of the devil. But only a great painter can make such a thing really scare or ring true. That's because only a real artist knows the actual anatomy of the terrible, or the psychology of fear, the exact sort of lines and proportions that connect up with latent instincts or hereditary memories of fright, and the proper color contrasts and lighting effects to stir the dormant sense of strangeness. I don't have to tell you why a facility really brings a shiver, while a cheap ghost story frontispiece merely makes us laugh. There's something those fellows catch beyond life.
I can rest
that
easy
they're
knowing that Wolfgang is
able
rotten
to
in
make
hell.
us catch for a second.
I've got a few minutes to
Doré
browse.
had
A
it,
little bit of
Chenet
everything.
has it, Angarola of Chicago has it, and Pikmin had it as no man ever had it before, or I hope to heaven ever will again. Don't ask me what it is they see. You know, in ordinary art, there's all the difference in the world between the vital, breathing things drawn from nature or models and the artificial truck that commercial small fry reel off in a bare studio by rule. Well, I should say that the really weird artist has a kind of vision which makes models or summons up what amounts to actual scenes from the spectral world he lives in. Anyhow, he manages to turn out results that differ from the pretender's mince pie dreams in just about the same way that the life painter's results differ from the concoctions of a correspondence school cartoonist. If I had ever seen what Pikmin saw. But no, here, let's have a drink before we get any deeper. God, I wouldn't be alive if I'd ever seen what that man, if he was a man, saw. You recall that Pikmin's forte was faces. I don't believe anyone since Goya could put so much sheer hell into a set of features or a twist of expression. And before Goya, you had to go back to the medieval chaps who did the gargoyles and chimeras on Notre Dame and Mont Saint-Michel. They believed all sorts of things. And maybe they saw all sorts of things too, for the Middle Ages had some curious phases. I remember you were asking Pikmin once yourself, the year before he went away, whether in thunder he got such ideas and visions. Wasn't that a nasty laugh he gave you? It was partly because of that laugh that Reed dropped him. Reed, you know, had just taken up comparative pathology and was full of pompous inside stuff about the biological or evolutionary significance of this or that mental or physical symptom. He said Pikmin repelled him more and more every day, and almost frightened him toward the last. That the fellow's features and expressions were slowly developing in a way he didn't like, in a way that wasn't human. He had a lot of talk about diet and said Pikmin must be abnormal and eccentric to the last degree. I suppose you told Reed, if you and he had any correspondence over it, that he'd let Pikmin's paintings get on his nerves or harrow up his imagination. I told him that myself then, but keep in mind, I didn't drop Pikmin for anything like this. On the contrary, my admiration for him kept growing, and that ghoul feeding was a tremendous achievement. As you know, the club wouldn't exhibit it, and the Museum of Fine Arts wouldn't accept it as a gift, and I can add that nobody would buy it. So Pikmin had it right in his house till he went. Now his father has it in Salem. You know, Pikmin comes of old Salem stock and had a witch ancestor hanged in 1692. I got into the habit of calling on Pikmin quite often, especially after I began making notes for a monograph on weird art. Probably it was his work which put the idea into my head Anyhow, I found him a mine of data and suggestions when we came to develop it. He showed me all the paintings and drawings he had about, including some pen and ink sketches that would, I verily believe, have gotten him kicked out of the club if many of the members had seen them. Before long, I was pretty near a devotee and would listen for hours like a schoolboy to art theories and philosophic speculations wild enough to qualify him for the Danvers Asylum. My hero worship, coupled with the fact that people generally were commencing to have less and less to do with him, made him get very confidential with me. And one evening, he hinted that if I were fairly close-mouthed and none too squeamish, he might show me something rather unusual, something a bit stronger than anything he had in the house. You know, he said, there are things that won't do for Newberry Street, things that are out of place here. That can't be conceived here, anyhow. It's my business to catch the overtones of the soul. And anything yet, because it's had no time to pick up memories and attract local spirits. If there aren't any ghosts here, they're the tame ghosts of a salt marsh and a shallow cove. And I want human ghosts. The ghosts of beings highly organized enough to have looked on hell and known the meaning of what they saw. The place for an artist to live is the North End. And if that were sincere, he'd put up with the slums for the sake of the last traditions. God, man, don't you realize that places like that weren't merely made, but actually grew? Generation after generation lived and felt and died there. And in days when people weren't afraid to live and feel and die, don't you know there was a mill on Copp's Hill in 1632, and that half the present streets were laid out by 1650? I can show you houses that have stood for 2 centuries and a half or more. Houses that have witnessed what would make a modern house crumble into powder. What do moderns know of life and the forces behind it? You call the Salem witchcraft a delusion? But I'll wager my 4 times great-grandmother could have told you things. They hanged her on Gallows Hill, with Cotton Mather looking sanctimoniously on. Mather, damn him, was afraid somebody might succeed in kicking free of this accursed cage of monotony. I wish someone had laid a spell on him or sucked his blood in the night. I can show you a house he lived in, and I can show you another one he was afraid to enter, in spite of all his fine, bold talk. He knew things he didn't dare put into that stupid Magnalia, or that puerile wonders of the invisible world. Look here, do you know the whole North End once had a set of tunnels that kept certain people in touch with each other's houses? And the burying ground, and the sea. Let them prosecute and persecute above ground. Things went on every day that they couldn't reach, and the voices laughed at night when they couldn't place. Why, man, out of 10 surviving houses built before 1700 and not moved since, I'll wager that in 8 I can show you something queer in the cellar. There's hardly a month that you don't read of workmen finding bricked-up arches and wells leading nowhere in this or that old place as it comes down. You could see one near Henchman Street from the elevated last year. There were witches and what their spells summoned, pirates and what they brought in from the sea, smugglers, privateers, and I tell you, people knew how to live and how to enlarge the bounds of life in the old times. This wasn't the only world a bold and wise man could know. And to think of today in contrast, with such pale pink brains that even a club of supposed artists get shudders and convulsions if a picture goes beyond the feelings of a Beacon Street tea table. The only saving grace of the present is that it's too damn stupid to question the past very closely. What do maps and records and guidebooks really tell of the North End? Blah! At a guess, I'll guarantee it'll lead you to 30 or 40 alleys and networks of alleys north of Prince Street that aren't suspected by 10 living beings outside of the foreigners that swing them. And what do those Dagos know of their meaning? No, Thurber. These ancient places are dreaming gorgeously and overflowing with wonder and terror and escapes from the commonplace. And yet, there's not a living soul to understand or profit by them. Or rather, there's only one living soul, for I haven't been digging around in the past for nothing. See here, you're interested in this sort of thing. What if I told you that I've got another studio up there, where I can catch the night spirit of antique horror and paint things I couldn't even think of in Newberry Street. Naturally, I don't tell those cursed old maids at the club, with Reed, damn him, whispering, even as it is, that I'm sort of monster-bound down the toboggan of reverse evolution. Yes, Thurber, I decided long ago that one must paint terror as well as beauty from life. So I did some exploring in places where I had reason to know terror lives. I've got a place that I don't believe 3 living Nordic men beside myself have ever seen. It isn't so very far from the elevated as distance goes, but it's centuries away as the soul goes. I took it because of the queer old brick well in the cellar, one of the sort I told you about. The shack's almost tumbling down, so that nobody else would live there, and I'd hate to tell you how little I pay for it. The windows are boarded up, but I like all that the better, since I don't want daylight for what I do. I paint in the cellar, where the inspiration is thickest, but I have other rooms furnished on the ground floor. A Sicilian owns it, and I've hired it under the name of Peters. Now, if you're game, I'll take you there tonight. I think you'd enjoy the pictures, for as I've said, I've let myself go a bit there. It's no vast tour. I sometimes do it on foot, for I don't want to attract attention with a taxi in such a place. We can take the shuttle at the South Station for Battery Street, and after that, the walk isn't much. Well, Elliot, there wasn't much for me to do after that harangue, but to keep myself from running instead of walking for the first vacant cab we could sight. We changed at the elevated at the South Station, and at about 12 o'clock had climbed down the steps at Battery Street and struck along the old waterfront past Constitution Wharf. I didn't keep track of the cross streets, and I can't tell you yet which it was we turned up, but I know it wasn't Greenhoff Lane. When we did turn, it was to climb through the deserted length of the oldest and dirtiest alley I've ever saw in my life, with crumbling-looking gables, broken small-paned windows, and archaic chimneys that stood out half disintegrated against the moonlit sky. I don't believe there were 3 houses in sight that hadn't been standing in Cotton Mather's time. Certainly I glimpsed at least 2 with an overhang, and once I thought I saw a peaked roofline of the almost forgotten pre-gambrel type, though antiquarians tell me there are none left in Boston. From that alley, which had a dim light, we turned to the left into an equally silent and still narrower alley with no light at all, and in a minute made what I think was an obtuse angled bend toward the right in the dark. Not long after this, Pickman produced a flashlight and revealed an antediluvian 10-paneled door that looked damnably worm-eaten. Unlocking it, he ushered me into a barren hallway that was once splendid dark oak paneling, simple of course, but thrilling, suggestive of the times of Andros and Phipps and witchcraft. Then he took me through a door on the left, lighted an oil lamp, and told me to make myself at home. Now, Elliot, I'm what the man in the street would call fairly hard-boiled, but I'll confess that what I saw on the walls of that room gave me a bad turn. They were his pictures, you know, the ones he couldn't paint or even show in Newberry Street, and he was right when he said he had let himself go. Here, have another drink. I need one anyhow. There's no use in my trying to tell you what they were like, because the awful, the blasphemous horror, the unbelievable loathsomeness and moral fultor came from simple touches quite beyond the power of words to classify. There was none of the exotic technique you see in Sydney's Chimay, none of the trans-Saturnian landscapes and lunar fungi that Clark Ashton Smith uses to freeze the blood. The backgrounds were mostly old churchyards, deep woods, cliffs by the sea, brick tunnels, ancient paneled rooms, and simple vaults of masonry. Copp's Hill burying ground, which could not be many blocks away from this very house, was a favorite scene. The madness and monstrosity lay in the figures in the foreground. For Pickman's morbid art was preeminently one of demoniac portraiture. These figures were seldomly completely human, but often approached humanity in varying degree. Most of the bodies, while roughly bipedal, had a forward, slumping, and a vaguely canine cast. The texture of the majority was a kind of unpleasant rubberiness. Ugh, I can see them now.
Come on, come on.
Their occupations,
here.
well,
Small
don't
booms,
ask
big
me to be
booms.
too
I got 'em all.
precise. They were usually feeding. I won't say on what.
I've got a
They
few minutes to
were
browse.
sometimes
A part of
shown
every
in
big
groups
purchase goes to
in
planting little
cemeteries
bitty
or
trees
underground
that I'll
passages,
blow up in
and
your
often
honor.
appeared to be in a battle over their prey, or rather, their treasure trove. And what damnable expressiveness Pickman sometimes gave the sightless faces on this carnal booty. Occasionally, the things were shown leaping through open windows at night or squatting on the chests of sleepers, worrying at their throats. One canvas showed a ring of them baying about
I just want to trade a few things.
witch on Gallows Hill, whose dead face held a close kinship to theirs. But don't get the idea that it was all this hideous business of theme and setting which struck me faint. I'm not a 3-year-old kid, and I'd seen much like this before. It was the faces, Elliot. Those accursed faces that leered and slavered out of the canvas with the very breath of life. By God, man, I verily believe they were alive. That nauseous wizard had waked the fires of hell in pigment, and his brush had been a nightmare-spawning wand. Give me that decanter, Elliot. There was one thing called the lesson. Heaven pity me that I ever saw it. Listen, can you fancy a squatting circle of nameless dog-like things in a churchyard teaching a small child how to feed like themselves? The price for a changeling, I suppose? You know, the old myth about how the weird people leave their spawn in cradles in exchange for the human babes they steal. Pickman was showing what happens to those stolen babies, how they grow up. And then I began to see a hideous relationship in the faces of the human and non-human figures. He was, in all his gradations of morbidity, between the frankly non-human and the degradingly human,
Arturo.
establishing a sardonical linkage and evolution. The dog things were developed.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Something for every. I wondered what he made of their own young, as left with mankind in the form of changelings, that my eye caught a picture embodying that very thought. It was that of an ancient Puritan interior, a heavily beamed room with latticed windows, a settle and clumsy 17th century furniture, with the family sitting about while father read from the scriptures. Every face but one showed nobility and reverence, but that one reflected the mockery of the pit. It was that of a young man in years, and no doubt belonged to a supposed son of that pious father, but in essence it was the kin of the unclean things. It was their changeling. And in a spirit of supreme irony, Pickman had given the features a very perceptible resemblance to his own. By this time, Pickman had lighted a lamp in an adjoining room and was politely holding open the door for me, asking me if I would care to see his modern studies. I hadn't been able to give him much of my opinions. I was too speechless with fright and loathing. But I think he fully understood and felt highly complimented. And now I want to assure you again, Elliot, that I'm no mollycoddle to scream at anything which shows a bit of departure from the usual. I'm middle-aged and decently sophisticated, and I guess you saw enough of me in France to know I'm not easily knocked out. Remember, too, that I'd just about recovered my wind and gotten used to those frightful pictures which turned colonial New England into a kind of annex of hell. Well, in spite of all this, that next room forced a real scream out of me, and I had to clutch at the doorway to keep from keeling over. The other chamber had shown a pack of ghouls and witches overturning the world of our forefathers, but this one brought the
Remember,
horror
I don't
right
serve
into our
sense.
own
Supplies
daily
are
life.
just for humans.
Gad, how that man could paint. There was a study called Subway Accident, in which a flock of the vile things were clambering up from some unknown catacomb through a crack in the floor of the Boylston Street subway and attacking a crowd of people at the platform. Another showed a dance on
I'll take a look.
Cops
Sure.
Hill
Here's
and
what we got.
tunes with the background of today. Then there were any number of cellar views, with monsters creeping in through holes and rifts in the masonry and grinning as they squatted behind barrels or furnaces and waited for their first victim to descend the stairs. One disgusting canvas seemed to depict a vast cross-section of Beacon Hill, with ant-like armies of the mephitic monsters squeezing themselves through burrows that honeycombed the ground. Dances in the modern cemeteries were freely pictured, and another conception somehow shocked me more than all the rest. A scene in an unknown vault where scores of the beast crowded about one who held a well-known Boston guidebook and was evidently reading aloud, all pointing to a certain passage. And every face seemed so distorted with epileptic and reverberant laughter that I almost thought I heard the fiendish echoes. The title of the picture was Holmes, Lowell, and Longfellow Lie Buried in Mount Auburn. As I gradually steadied myself and got readjusted to this second room of deviltry and morbidity, I began to analyze some of the points in my sickening loathing. In the first place, I said to myself, these things repelled because of the utter inhumanity and callous cruelty they showed in Pickman. The fellow must be a relentless enemy of all mankind to take such glee in the torture of brain and flesh and the degradation of the mortal tenement. In the second place, they terrified because of their very greatness. Their art was the art that convinced. When we saw the pictures we saw, the demons themselves, and were afraid of them. And the queer part was that Pickman got none of the power from the use of selectiveness or bizarrerie. Nothing was blurred, distorted, or conventionalized. Outlines were sharp and lifelike, and details were almost painfully defined. And the faces. It was not any mere artist's interpretation that we saw. It was pandemonium itself, crystal clear in stark objectivity.
Well, Cosworth was get his damn Brahmin out of the way. Everybody feel bad over here?
That's what you want!
I just want to trade a few things.
Sure.
that night. It echoed and echoed through the dim vaultings of that ancient and nitrous cellar, and I had to choke back a flood of reaction that threatened to burst out as hysterical laughter. Merciful Creator. Elliot, but I don't know how much was real and how much was feverish fantasy. It doesn't seem to me that Earth can hold a dream like that. It was a colossal and nameless blasphemy with glaring red eyes, and it held in bony claws a thing that had been a man, gnawing at the head as a child nibbles at a stick of candy. Its position was a kind of crouch, and as one looked, one felt that at any moment it might drop its present prey and seek a juicier morsel. But damn it all, it wasn't even the fiendish subject that made it such an immortal fountainhead of all panic. Not that, nor the dog face with its pointed ears, bloodshot eyes, flat nose, and drilling lips. It wasn't the scaly claws, nor the mud-caked body, nor the half-hooved feet. None of these, though any one of them might well have driven an excitable man to madness. It was the technique, Elliot. The cursed and pious, the unnatural technique. As I am a living being, I never elsewhere saw the actual breath of life so fused into a canvas. The monster was there. It glared, and gnawed, and gnawed, and gnawed, and glared. And I knew that only a suspension of nature's laws could ever let a man paint a thing like that without a model, without some glimpse of the netherworld which no mortal unsold to the fiend has ever had. Pinned with a thumbtack to a vacant part of the canvas was a piece of paper now badly curled up. Probably, I thought, a photograph from which Pickman meant to paint a background as hideous as the nightmare I was to enhance. I reached out to uncurl and look at it when I suddenly saw Pickman stare as if shot. He had been listening with peculiar intensity ever since my shocked scream had waked unaccustomed echoes in the dark cellar. And now he seemed struck with a fright which, though not comparable to my own, had in it more of the physical than the spiritual. He drew a revolver and motioned me to silence, then stepped out into the main cellar and closed the door behind him. I think I was paralyzed for an instant. Imitating Pickman's listening, I fancied I heard a faint scurrying sound somewhere and a series of squeals or bleats in a direction I couldn't determine. I thought of huge rats and shuddered. Then there came a subdued sort of clatter which somehow set me in horseflesh. A furtive, groping kind of clatter, though I can't attempt to convey what I mean in words. It was like heavy wood falling on stone or brick. Wood on brick, what did that make me think of? It came again, and louder. There was a vibration as if the wood had fallen farther than it had fallen before. After that followed a sharp grating noise, a shouted gibberish from Pickman, and the deafening discharge of all 6 chambers of the revolver fired spectacularly as a lion tamer might fire in the air for effect. A muffled squeal or squawk, and then a thud. Then more wood and brick grating, a pause, and the opening of the door, at which, I'll confess, I started violently. Pickman reappeared with his smoking weapon, cursing the bloated rats that infested the ancient well. The deuce knows what they ate, Thurber. For those archaic tunnels touched graveyard and witch den and seacoast. But whatever it is, they must have run short, for they were devilish anxious to get out. Your yelling stirred them up, I fancy. Better be cautious in these old places. Our rodent friends are the one drawback, though I sometimes think they're a positive asset by way of atmosphere and color. Well, Elliot, that was the end of the night's adventure. Pickman had promised to show me the place, and heaven knows he had done it. He led me out of that tangle of alleys in another direction, it seems, for when we sighted a lamppost, we were in a half-familiar street with monotonous rows of mingled tenement blocks and old houses. Charter Street, it turned out to be, but I was too flustered to notice just where we hit it. We were too late for the elevated and walked back downtown through Hanover Street. I remember that walk. We switched from Tremont up Beacon, and Pickman left me at a corner of Joy, where I turned off. I never spoke to him again. Why did I drop him? Don't be impatient. Wait till I ring for coffee. We've had enough of the other stuff, but I, for one, need something. No, it wasn't the paintings I saw in that place, though I swear they were enough to get him ostracized in 9/10 of the homes and clubs of Boston. And I guess you won't wonder now why I have to steer clear of subways and cellars. It was something I found in my coat the next morning.
What's going on down there?
You know,
How many are we
the
dealing
curled up paper tacked to that frightful canvas in the cellar. The thing I thought was a photograph of some scene he meant to use as a background for that monster. That last scare had come while I was reaching to uncurl it, and it seems I had vacantly crumpled it into my pocket. But here's the coffee. Take it black, Elliot, if you're wise. Yes, that paper was the reason I dropped Pickman. Richard Upton Pickman. The greatest artist I've ever known. The foulest being that ever leapt the bounds of life into the pits of myth and madness. Elliot, old Reed was right. He wasn't strictly human. Either he was born in strange shadow, or he'd found a way to unblock the forbidden gate. It's all the same now, for he's gone. Back into the fabulous darkness he loved to haunt. Here, let's have the chandelier going. Don't ask me to explain, or even conjecture about what I burned. Don't ask me either. The light beyond the scrambling Pickman was so keen to pass off as rats. There are secrets, you know, which might have come down from old Salem times. And Cotton Mather tells even stranger things. You know how damned lifelike Pickman's paintings were. How we all wondered where he got those faces. Well, that paper wasn't a photograph of any background after all. What it showed was simply the monstrous being he was painting on that awful canvas. It was the model he was using, and its background was merely the wall of the studio cellar in minute detail. But by God, Elliot, it was a photograph from life.
I hope you enjoyed this evening's little tale. Until next time, boy, stay warm, sleep tight.
What?
Who?
Narrated by Jonathan Jones. Under the covers. Tonight's like every other night. You lay there in the dark, in silence, alone. With no company other than your thoughts. You shift and roll throughout your bed. Just you and your thoughts. You ponder, you plan, and you fantasize. Anything to distract you from the ringing silence. Silence that surrounds you. You hear a creak. A common sound to hear on such a still night. But you still recoil when the sound hits your ears. You hear the sound almost every night, but the sheer unexpectedness sets off a trigger in your head as paranoia takes over. The thoughts that once illuminated your mind are now darkened. What was once pleasure and success has now turned to demons and killers. The silence that your mind was distracting you from has now become the focus. You lay there, silent, listening for any obscure sound, hoping that the silence doesn't leave. Every little noise adds to your paranoia. And the silence lingers as you await the next unexpected occurrence. You're too afraid to open your eyes at the thought of seeing anything your mind can conjure. So you lay there, alone, in fear. The fear builds up in your mind as you try to find a quick escape from anything it creates. You revert to your childhood solution, hiding under the covers. You pull the blanket over your head and lay in silence. You hear noises, but they don't seem as scary. You figure if they can't see you, you're safe. The heat builds up under your blanket, but you put up with it simply for the comfort it supplies. You begin to calm down and relax, and revert back to your usual logical self. It's just you and your thoughts again, alone under your blanket. You think of how silly it was to get so scared and worked up over a silly little noise. Eyes closed, you lift the blanket off of your face as the built-up heat is released. You breathe a sigh of relief and roll over, only to hear a deep, grating voice whisper,
Oh, there you are.
As the sound of footsteps creep towards your bed.
What?
Chilling tales for dark nights.
Taking Cap Blackett!
The Art of Jacob Emery, narrated by Otis Giles. Ghost stories? No, we don't have anything like that around here. We do have the story of Jacob, but that's about as close as you'll get. You really want to know? Well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but all right. Just no interrupting. I don't have the patience for it. How to describe Jacob Emery? Well, I guess you could say he was the kind of guy you could never take notice of. This isn't to say he wasn't a bad kid in any sense. Many people in this town thought he was the most reliable person for an odd job in the state. But he never really excelled in anything. He was the living proof behind the statement, jack of all trades, ace of none. Most of this was due to his own lack of will. He dabbled in damn near everything this town could offer him. Automobiles, radio operations, store management, what have you. But he never stuck with anything. His friends and workers went after him about it a number of times, but everybody got the same unsatisfying response. It just wasn't enough. Needless to say, any friends he kept were either very patient or never spoke of the matter altogether. It was probably inevitable then that Jacob would leave to go abroad. I don't remember where he went, but I think Gertrude down the street knew before she passed on. You'll have to discover someone else if you ever get curious. In any case, no one even tried to stop him. Everybody thought a little travel would stamp the ambition out of him, or else feed it until it was no longer an issue. Hell, we even gave him a sending-off party, which I thought was pretty nice of everybody. So, anyway, he was gone for 6, 7 years. I can't remember. You'll have to check with someone else about that, too.
I owe you.
Anyways, he came back eventually, and he had changed, obviously enough. He was amiable, energetic, all smiles all the time, and we all quickly learned why. He showed us a souvenir he brought back, a solid black stick, the length of a pencil but the texture of chalk. We all wondered why on earth such a simple thing would prompt such a spring in his step until he gave his demonstration.
Anyone alive needs to get up to the top floor immediately. That's an order.
On my way.
He took a piece of paper, and with his stick, God, there's got to be a better word for it. With his stick, he drew a circle, a crude circle. It dropped and rested on the border of the paper like a stone. It didn't leave the paper, but it acted out on it, sort of like an old movie projector on a screen. Son, I know how crazy that sounds, and if you feel like playing skeptic, then you can leave an old man to his craziness, but I know what I saw, even if everyone's been hushing it up. And that stone he drew dropped. Jake even passed around the paper as it was being passed. It rolled around on the paper as it got tilted. None of us had any words for it. Hell, what was there to say? But he continued drawing demonstration after demonstration for us. Stick figures in various pageants and plays, doing everything from fighting each other to making perfect human pyramids, and we all thought it was incredible. That was all the go-ahead he needed. He announced that he planned to put on shows to pay for rent and food, where he would draw anything the crowd members wanted. That we talked to some length about, and he eventually convinced us that it would be safe. His drawings ethical, the practice lucrative and unique, and the attention would not go anywhere outside of the town's borders. Poor Jacob. If I'd not been so swept up in the moment, I might have read the signs right then and there and saved the sorry son of a bitch by snapping the terrible thing in half. But I was younger. We all were. And we saw no problem with encouraging him with what we all saw as an incredible experience to be shared with everyone else. Now, he didn't have any big radio or television connections, mind you, and the internet didn't come around for another decade. So he did what all people on a shoestring budget do. He advertised his show with flyers. Flyers might not mean anything to you city folk, but in a small town, they gain a fair glance over from time to time, and what's more, Jacobs managed to stick out by having little figures jump up and down and whatnot to get people's attention. His first show must have gotten nearly 60 or so people, probably a lot more than that, and his shows were fantastic. Someone would shout out a scene from a play or a comedy sketch, and Jake's hand would fly over the white wall like a bird. He'd been holding back when he made that stone, that's for damn sure. His illustrations were all spot on, and he could make an incredible human figure in minutes. Come to think of it, I don't remember any of his scenes lasting more than 10 minutes to make. They were all really well done scenes, too. Not only could you see a knight charge a castle, Jake would draw the castle's interior as well, like a wedding cake split down the middle. So you could see the knight scale the walls, fight his way through levels to the dungeon, fight back out with the princess, and making a leaping jump off the castle parapets onto his getaway horse, all in complete silence. Not realistic, no, but that was part of the appeal. None of us went in there expecting something real. When a sketch or a scene was finished, either the characters would leave off a wall or he'd cover the wall with white paint. That was good in a way. Jake gave these shows a time limit, so when he finished with all the 4 walls in the room, everyone knew the show was over until the paint dried. Jake, meanwhile, was changing in a bad way. I'd mentioned that upon his return, he'd been extremely energetic. Well, that energy, the vitality or fervor or whatever you want to call it, it never left him. Not for an instant. Far from it. It seemed to grow in him, and he enjoyed it all too much. His eyes grew wider. He slept gradually less over time. His statements and opinions were more radical and frenzied, and though he never was a pushover, he was starting to make people nervous in his company. A month or 2 passed, and Jake's audience grew like wildfire. Nearly everyone in the town paid to see Jake's art in action, and he had to rent out larger and larger places for them to sit. He now didn't stop after one scene was done. He moved directly onto the next, put on the next blank space on the wall, and sometimes to the intriguing effect of causing scenes to mingle, which the crowd
Are you here
loved.
for the synth?
The subject matter got more wild.
C-247 initialized factory reset. Authorization code Zeta 53 Kilo.
Using more impressive weaponry, all for the sake of the crowd's interest. Jake got steadily more indulgent, which we figured was from the money, and he became a drinker and a womanizer, neither of which got rid of that vitality, by the way.
If you're going to kill
Some of the women claimed that they'd woken up in the middle of the night to see him scribbling with that stick on a drawing pad, a gigantic grin on his
I'm going
face.
to have to trust.
And while most of them said that
promise
they'd
not to-
I guess
assumed he was
the
gone
guard
in
put
the
the password
nude,
in a toolbox.
there's
Use it to
rumors
gain
that
access
one
to.
or 2 of them got glances at that notepad. Those anonymous few supposedly said that those drawings absolutely weren't nude pictures, but neither of them, whoever they are, will say what he was drawing. Don't bother looking for the notepads or the flyers, though. They're all gone now. I'm getting off track. Point is, he was hitting the bottle, and that's important, because it was drinking that would eventually ruin everything. On the night of one of his performances, he walked in front of the cheering crowd. It was immediately apparent to everybody that he was completely drunk. I was in the front row, and I could smell the bourbon on him from 10 feet away.
I don't know what to say.
The show started.
You don't have to say anything.
My institute. I knew they'd send a courser. I think I would have lost him too. Thanks again for your help. And before you ask, no, the Commonwealth is unforgiving.
Sure.
Everyone cheered the idea. I guess they'd been wondering what his creations thought of him, and he eventually obliged. No sooner had Jake finished connecting the final 2 lines on the coat than every single character across the vast expanse of wall all stopped and looked directly at that illustration. Lovers stopped kissing. Clowns stopped laughing. Robots stopped fighting pirates. Everything stopped and looked at the Jacob illustration. The crowd died almost instantly. I remember Jake's face at that moment, pale white, full of terrible comprehension at his mistake, and looking desperately for the cans of white paint he'd forgotten to put out before the show. Everyone else, they were looking at the fake Jacob. That Jacob reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a black stick of his own, and as we all watched, drew a door. Pushed on his side, and the door swung open, allowing him to walk through onto the floor of the auditorium. The rest was an absolute hellish pandemonium. People screamed and ran for the exits, and Jacob's characters, both those currently on the wall and those which had previously left before being covered up, ran out of their own exit, throwing pies, shooting lasers, throwing fire and poison and the impossible. I was near enough the escape exit and gave only one glance backwards. The scene will haunt me forever. Jacob Emery was being dragged by his creations, kicking and screaming through the door his copy had made. The auditorium burned down, obviously enough, but I have no idea how many characters escaped, what happened to the fake Emery, or how many people died. The fire brought the fire department from the nearest cities up to over 100 miles away. They in turn brought the police force, which brought the government, which hushed up everything. They took the flyers and any art Jacob made and swore everyone to secrecy or else life detainment. The fire was blamed on a cigarette in the garbage during a basketball game, and we all eventually went on with our lives. Jacob was made to never have existed. In retrospect, I realize everything. Jacob hadn't been creating illustrations. Illustrations don't move, much less act or attack. They're just images people see, shadows made to look like real things. Jacob had been making life, actual thinking things in some alternate dimension, using a power that was never meant to fall into mortal hands. He got drunk on his power. His punishment was probably well deserved. Incidentally, the government screwed up on 2 different accounts. They did a damn good job silencing everyone, but proof remains. The ruins are still there, you know. The auditorium ruins. I hear they're going to start reconstruction soon, which will wipe out any remaining evidence someone can definitely say. But I went back there once, several years after the fire. Just once. Amidst the rubble, covered in ash, I saw something squirming. I looked closer. It was Jacob Emery's hand on the wall, exactly like it had been 3 years ago. Sweaty but calloused, I remember. But it was constantly flailing as if the body it was supposed to be attached to was still writhing in flames. That was mistake number 1. Number 2 was those creations. Like I said, I don't know how many escaped, nor how many the government agents found and caught, but I will say only this. Those tall grass meadows on the outskirts of town, don't go into them, ever. You were asking about those white figures you've seen at night, right?
Alright,
This town doesn't have ghost stories.
Christmas Eve, by an anonymous author, edited and adapted by Craig Groshek, and narrated by Matthew Fike. I can never sleep well in hotels. I guess that's somewhat of an understatement. I could never sleep well in general. But hotels were the worst. Just the thought that the previous occupant of my bed was a complete stranger was repulsive in my mind. But that's besides the point. Sorry, I'm getting off track. What I'm getting at is how the lack of sleep in hotels changed my life. Christmas. We were spending Christmas in a grungy hotel and not with family.
Loctite.
Great. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't enjoy the all-you-can-eat buffet of soggy hash browns and grits for
Packing
Christmas
this is
Eve dinner.
beyond me.
Of course, the first snow of the season resulted in the cancellation of our flight down to Virginia. So it was Christmas Eve, and I was trying to sleep in a bleach-saturated hotel room. My mind was wondering what happened here to require the use of such an excessive amount of bleach. The room was nothing out of the ordinary. 2 beds, one for me and my dad, and another for my sister and my mom. A bathroom and a stained microwave that appeared to be in need of a good dusting. Somehow I escaped the room, and the stench of bleach, and fell into a dreamless sleep. When I awoke sometime later, I could tell it was early morning. My dad was snoring next to me, and he usually wakes up before 4 a.m. And that's when it hit me.
Yes.
It's Christmas. And I was about to let this bad fortune ruin my favorite holiday. Looking across the bed at the clock to check the time, that's when I noticed it. The silhouette of a man about 6'3", standing across the room, staring at my mom's sleep. Still half asleep and caught up in the moment, I couldn't help thinking of Santa Claus. I realized how stupid the thought was, and horror soon filled my head. I choked back a shriek. I knew I couldn't let him see me awake, so I quietly put my head back down, pretending to sleep. My mind was racing. Someone was in my room, and I couldn't do anything. I was just a scrawny 16-year-old. This man looked like he was built like an ox. I wondered if I could wake my dad up in time, but I knew that wouldn't work. He slept like a rock. A bucket of water couldn't get him up fast enough. I was practically in tears. I never felt so helpless. For a second time, I choked back a scream, and all of a sudden he was standing beside me. I could feel and hear his repulsive breath on my face. It smelled like he'd been eating rotten meat for a week with no thought to brush his teeth. If he didn't know I was awake before, he surely did then. Seeing my face contorted in fear the way it was, the breathing stopped and I couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. I would have kicked myself, but there was no need. I heard the room door open and close. I launched out of bed. Nothing in the room was in disarray, and my family was still asleep. It couldn't have been a dream. I couldn't have imagined it. Feeling awake as ever, a horrible idea popped into my head. And before I could push it away, I was pulling the door open. Glancing back to the door in order to memorize the room number, I saw the giant spray-painted black X on the door. Had I seen this without the prior knowledge that some intruder had been in our room, I probably would have thought it was just some stupid kids, but I knew better. Just not enough to know what it was for. Then my heart skipped a beat as I realized the man was just a few years from me, turning the corner at the end of the hall. Throughout the duration of the events that followed, I kept asking myself, why am I doing this? But there had been no answer, and so I continued. I tailed him down into the parking lot and then lost him. He was nowhere in sight. One moment he was walking out of the lobby, the next he was gone. Thanks to the icy winter gale, I was reminded how cold it was outside, and was reminded that I was wearing the same paper-thin pajamas I had retired in the next before. I quickly returned to the lobby, my feet in what I supposed were the beginning stages of frostbite. No one was around. Strange. At the time I could have sworn the hotel had a night concierge, but there was no one to be seen. With the adrenaline wearing off, I realized how stupid and rash my actions had been. What was I thinking? The man could have killed me. I cursed myself as I headed back up the stairs. I knew something was wrong when I got to my floor. The door to my room was wide open. I hadn't left it that way, right? I thought to myself. I honestly couldn't remember. I walked inside, and after a quick search of the room, I determined it was safe and that my family was still asleep. I locked the door and got back into bed. Though I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, I listened to my dad get up and eventually my mom followed, but I still pretended to be asleep. A few hours passed and my parents got my sister and I up. We got into the car and we made our way back to the airport. As I dug through my bag to locate my iPod, I found something that hadn't been there the previous day. I found a note that simply held 5 words I still think of to this day. I knew you were awake. Hey, it's now been 2 months since my experience at the hotel. I'm still scared for my life, and it gets worse every day. That note I found wasn't the only one. I still receive them.
spine-chilling tales for dark nights.
I can't even get in the freaking English Valley right now.
Fairy Tale by Eric Selsmeyer. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. As a kid, I used to spend a good part of my summers with my grandpa at his little second home, his cabin out in the woods. It was a nice, cozy little place. It had indoor plumbing and electricity and all that, but no television. I wasn't too upset about that, though, because we did a whole bunch of stuff together while we were up there. We camped, we fished, hunted, and all that good manly stuff. My granddad had grown up in the Appalachians, you see, kind of a mountain man. He had so many stories, and he loved to tell them, too. Some were serious, some were funny, but his favorite kinds of stories to tell were scary stories. He knew I hated scary stories, which I know is the reason why he loved to tell them so much. His favorite scary story was a story which was known amongst the mountain folk as Taily Po. The story went something like this. There was once an old man living in a cabin out in the woods. He didn't have any real neighbors to speak of. He just lived out in the woods with his 3 hunting dogs in his lonesome little cabin. He wore plain old clothes and was bald on top. He had a big, bushy gray beard that hung down to his chest. All the grease from the day's work and the day's meals seemed to gather in that beard. The old man rarely washed, and when he did, he only did enough so all the grease would drip to the bottom of his beard. Weigh it down, keep it from blowing in the wind. The old man was kind of a mean-spirited fella, and he didn't like people all too well, so he tried to stay away from them as much as possible. Everything he needed, he usually got from the woods. He got his water for drinking and washing from a nearby river, and he'd get his meals with his rifle and 3 dogs. Besides disliking people, there wasn't much else to the old git aside from his big appetite. He loved to eat, and since hunting was how he ate, he loved to hunt. He loved venison and rabbit. A wild bird was okay now and then, but you know those little chicken nuggets like you get at McDonald's? Yeah, this old man loved something called skunk nuggets. I know what you're thinking, but they're actually pretty good, even though you have to cook them outside. But on one cold, dark night, the old man came back home with his dogs empty-handed. It had been chilly that day, and game had been all but completely absent. The old man grumbled and cursed quietly under his breath, since he knew he was going to have to go to bed hungry that night. And he didn't like going to bed hungry. But he couldn't really do anything else, so he started to get ready for bed. As he started to do that, though, the old man started to hear a queer scratching noise. The old man looked around, trying to find the source of it. A strange kind of scraping sound, like claws on wood. The old man looked around until he bumped into something thick, something hairy. The old man looked up to see the queerest sight. Hanging down from the ceiling was a long, thick, hairy something dangling from a hole in the ceiling of the cabin. It wasn't long before the old man figured out that the hole was the source of the scratching, and that he was looking at a tail. The thing hanging in the middle of the room was a long, hairy tail dangling from a creature that was trying to force its way in through the roof. The old man didn't think twice. He grabbed his hunting knife and in one movement severed the tail from the creature on the cabin's roof. The old man heard a screech come out of the creature, such a god-awful screech that it shook the whole cabin. The old man watched as the thing pulled its bleeding stump through the hole in the roof and heard the thing bound from the roof to the ground outside and scurry off into the distance. The dogs started barking, but the old man paid them no heed. He bent over and picked up the severed tail. The blood was already rising to the top of it. The old man pondered over the size of the thing, how thick and long it was. He pondered over what kind of animal would have such a tail, and he pondered over his empty stomach. The old man laid out the tail on the table, and using a chair as a stand, quickly nailed a board over the hole in the roof. After that was done, he set about building a large fire in the fireplace. He shoved an iron spit through the bloodied end of the tail to the tip, and set it over iron handles which would hold it over the fireplace. The old man's mouth watered as he turned the spit over the fire. The hair singed and flew up off the tail, leaving behind the sweet, succulent meat. The old man could smell it now as the fat started to sizzle in the heat, and its aroma wafted to his nostrils. Piece by piece, the old man picked off chunks of the thing from the spit and ate it. Slowly, he devoured the thing, chunk by chunk, spitting bits and grease out to his dogs to lap up. Oh, it was delicious. The old man, his belly full and with a smile on his face, put his dogs outside for the night. He put to his nightgown and went to bed, pulled up the covers to his chest and pushed his beard out over him. He laid back and was about to drift off to sleep. But there was a tapping all of a sudden. A quiet but distinct rap-tap-tap-tapping. The old man opened his eyes and looked about. Rap-tap-tap-tap-tap it went on the side of the cabin. It didn't stop either. It just went ahead and kept on rap-tap-tap-tapping. Then the old man heard something, almost a whisper, yet clear as day.
Give me back my tail. Give me my tail back.
The old man felt a cold chill shoot down his spine. He stopped breathing for a bit while he listened to the rap-tap-tap on the side of the cabin. Again he heard,
Give me my tail back. Give me my tail back.
The old man leapt from his bed and sprinted to the cabin door. He removed the latch and threw open the door. He shouted out to his dogs, Dogs! Get them ugly weasel! The dogs came a-barking and a-scratching. They chased the thing from the side of the house and out into the woods. And when the old man saw the dogs come back, he closed the door again, crawled back into bed, and put his beard back over the covers and slowly drifted off to sleep. Rat-tap-tap went the noise again. The old man opened his eyes and looked to the window where the sound was coming from. Rat-tap-tap.
Give me my tail back. Give me my tail back.
The old man bolted up and ran to the front door again. He unlatched the door and called out once again, Dogs! Get them ugly weasel! The dogs came about bounding and barking again. They ran to the window and chased the thing back into the woods. When they finally came back, the old man closed the door again, got back into bed, and put his beard up over the covers. Slowly he eased down and started to drift back off to sleep.
There's more going on than you know.
Tap.
Trust me.
The old man's eyes
Excuse me.
bolted open.
With that
He
latest
listened
one,
closely,
Leela's got
for
good
now the
coverage of the
sound
convoy.
emanated
You
from
got
the
the
front
time?
door.
I got
Rap,
another
tap,
site
tap.
we could place another one
Give
of
me
my
my tail back. Give me my tail
Check out
back.
the latest and greatest. That's
The
good.
old man jumped up out of bed and ran to the window this time. He threw
Anything
open the
new from
latch and
Mila?
opened the window.
Pim's
and
like
he
a
called to
glowing
his
one in a
dogs once
crater,
more.
soaking up all the data from Mila's
Get them
cameras.
ugly weasel.
The atmospheric sensors haven't picked up anything yet,
His
but give it
dogs
time.
never came. The thing
Let's see what you
had
got.
eaten
You
them
got it.
all up. The old man slammed shut the window and ran back to his bed, pulling the covers up to his eyes. Rap-tap-tap.
Give me my tail back.
The old man heard a crack and a horrible splintering as the latch of the door broke open and the door swung open. The old man heard something dragging across the floorboards as the thing crept closer, the stump of its tail dragging behind it.
Give me my tail back.
Go away, the old man whimpered.
Give me my tail back. Give me my tail back.
The thing was at the foot of his bed now, creeping closer, 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 until...
You really walked the freedom trail. By yourself.
I have a report here. It reads more like a comic book. Apparently, one hell of a fight took place at Green Tech Genetics.
Yeah, that was me. I took down a courser.
That's what the report says. Hard to believe. I'm all for one less courser in the world, but the conventional wisdom is that you run from them rather than engage them.
So why did you kill him?
I needed a courser chip. I need the code on it.
You have one of their chips intact? Follow me now. Decoding a courser chip is a very delicate operation. A million things can go wrong. The least of which is
Once, there was a little girl named Tilly who was afraid to go to bed. Nothing bad had ever happened to her, but somebody had told her some scary stories, and after that, she was afraid. One night, she really did hear something. She lay in bed, listening, and she heard a very quiet voice say, The next night, Tilly asked her mother if she could keep the light on for a while, but her mother said, "Nonsense, darling." Nothing happened that night, so Tilly did not ask again. But the next night, while Tilly was lying in bed, afraid to go to sleep, she heard a little voice say, slowly, Tilly was too scared to get up and look. The next night, she heard the little whispering voice say, Tilly, I'm on the second step.
Dude, what the fuck you caught on?
Tilly got more and more scared each night, but everybody told her, oh, that's nothing. Now there were 8 steps in the staircase, and every night, Tilly heard
What do you have in
voice.
stock?
It changes, depending on what's on hand. We lost everything when the switchboard went lights out. Hopefully our agents score more supplies in the field so me and my boys can, make even more toys. Wanna see what we got?
I don't need anything, Tom.
Aw, man.
Hand over the chip.
Until one night, she heard the voice say, Tilly, I'm in the hall. Tilly was
What
so
can we get
frightened
off
she
Courser
couldn't
chip?
eat
Those chips
breakfast
have
the
more
next
than just
morning,
codes on them.
and she couldn't
Everything
eat her
from how
supper
it's
that
made
night.
to what it's made from tells us
The
something
next
about
night,
our enemy.
Tilly was
One
lying
minor
awake in
detail
bed,
could mean the
and
difference
it was
between
not
life
very long
and
before
death
she heard that
for our
horrid little
agents
whispering
and the
voice
synths
say,
we're trying to save. Now,
Here you go.
all right, Tom, make
the
it
next
happen.
night, it said,
Let's have the circuit
I'm in
analyzer.
the room. Tilly was too scared even to scream for her mother. The next night, the voice said, Tilly, I'm standing by the bed.
Chip access.
And the next
Program raw
night,
connectors a little.
I've got you!
Oh man, don't crash. Hold it together. Memory hiccup. Here it comes. Encryption algorithms. All right, we're still running.
Off the Beaten Path by Michael Whitehouse.
The last cipher. This is gonna
Narrated by Otis
Come
Pratt.
on, baby. Show me that pattern. Where is it? Wait. They're using the same
Robert
logic.
Francis started the day with purpose and verve.
Function as the key generator.
Thrilled by the thought of no drive to work, no great boring suit or stifled office air.
He negotiated the sporadic city traffic with glee.
Show me that sweet bass number.
He owned 2 other bikes, but
we
for
got
this
it.
adventure
We
would
got the
rely
code.
upon his favorite and most trusted of
Let me
wheeled
load that onto the
companions.
holotape for ya.
With a
Good
custom
work,
paint
Tom.
job reading
Yeah, but
Rob,
I'm not sure our
in
luck will
large
hold white
up
up next time,
across
Des.
a frame of black. This was a bike which had never failed him. No bumps, no bruises, not so much as a punctured tire. His itinerary was set, and he was filled with excitement at the prospect of finally being on holiday. It had been more than 11 months since he had taken so much as an hour off from his suffocating suit and tie, so the thoughts of spending 8 whole days cycling through the Scottish wilderness with only his backpack and tent for company was frankly exhilarating. Within an hour, he had reached the city limits, breathing a sigh of relief as he left the world of work and sales targets behind. Most of his time was spent in the corporate office blocks of that great place, but the countryside is where he longed to be, exploring the unbound wilderness. The unpredictable Scottish summer cast its unwelcome interruptions as the busy traffic gave way to winding country roads. It was colder than he had anticipated, but even this could not dampen his spirits. As he made his way through the open countryside, passing the occasional car and rural dwelling, a smile crept across his face. Cycling was his passion, and Robert was in his blood. A couple of hours passed as the sparse yet vibrant green grassland soon surrendered to a more imposing and altogether impressive setting. Slight hills rose up to become domineering mountains. Pockets of isolated woodland soon weaved together into thick and impenetrable forests, and wide-open roads soon constricted into narrower, less-trodden avenues. For the past 3 months, he had been in a quandary about where to go on his adventure, which remote part of Scotland to explore. But when he passed over an old stone bridge with a babbling stream underneath like 1,000 voices whispering for attention, and found himself face to face with a forest covering hills, mountains, and valleys like a blanket, he knew he had made the right decision. A dirt road cut through the labyrinth of trees ahead, winding and twisting for miles. It occurred to Robert that as he cycled further into the forest, the daylight above seemed to diminish with each panting puff of air, blocked by the huge pine trees on both sides, as if the sun were an unwelcome visitor. As the sky darkened, it became clear it was time to stop for the night. So, after spotting a gap in the trees not far from the road, he clambered through some thick underfoot and entangled bushes, hauling his bike and backpack behind him, looking for a suitable resting place. On reaching the clearing, and observing the broken and felled trees which encircled it, he set his tent up for the night on a small pitch of unassuming grass. Before long, he was sitting next to a roaring fire under the stars. Unimpeded by the false light of man, they shone bright and bold above. After a few hours of watching the warm glow of the fire, he reluctantly turned in for the night, excited by the prospect of another day's adventure. Another day of distance between himself and the city. That night he slept soundly, but for one ill-defined dream of a noise in the darkness growing louder with each breath. The next morning he set off as soon as there was daylight. It had rained slightly during the night, and after cycling for an hour, Robert noticed a change in the landscape. It had become increasingly unkempt, less constrained. The trees seemed closer together, and any occasional gaps in the forest scenery were filled by clearings and small fields which had been left unattended for some time. It became clear that he had traveled far enough into the forest that he was now out of reach of even the park rangers who would normally maintain such a place. It seemed as though beyond that point, the land had been neglected by its terrors. The thought that even those familiar with that wilderness were afraid to tread there weighed on his mind momentarily before being quickly dismissed as a flight of fancy. The sky dulled as the day wore on, and it was clear that rain was on its way once more. After pushing his bike up a steep incline, which he felt was too uneven to cycle on, Robert reached its peak, revealing another breathtaking change in front of him. The land spread out to the horizon, sprawling forward between pockets of woodland and stagnant pools of water, slumbering in a deep-set valley which stretched across an ancient basin for miles below. With brooding storm clouds above, he looked down at the valley and decided it would make sense to set up camp early. Not a half hour later, he had descended and stood in a wide circle of grass, and after putting his tent in place, all that was left was to gather some firewood. The only problem was that Robert had picked a camping spot dominated more so by bushes and shrubs than trees. He would have to venture out across the valley and find what he needed from one of the wooded areas nearby. A collection of pine and fir trees, which formed an isolated island of woodland about a half-mile across, was close enough to the camp. After 10 or 15 minutes of trudging through the long grass, occasionally sinking his feet unwittingly into remnants of a marshy bog, Robert found himself at the edge of the woods. Its boundary was dominated by older trees, which had long since withered, covered by thick, brown, hanging moss, nature's own burial shroud. The broken trunks of once beautiful and majestic pines and sycamores littered the ground, open and rotting from the inside, not unlike a decomposing animal. It occurred to Robert that the woods seemed somehow out of place. The trees did not belong to the landscape as others did. The long grass, which characterized the entire area, seemed to thin out and change from a healthy natural green color to a morbid yellow-brown. As his thought ruminated, accompanied by an increasing sense of unexplainable dread, he realized that he was looking at a large dead ring of grass which followed the tree line perfectly, encircling the pocket of woodlands as if marking the limits of a tomb. On their own, in a forgotten part of the world, many would have been cautious of such a sight, but Robert quickly shook off his initial sense of vigilance, finding the area intriguing, a place unlike any he had seen before. With a bold stride, he stepped over the woodland threshold into the dim light within. On the forest floor, he could see many relics of past trees slumped on the ground. As he continued inward, the canopy above grew increasingly thick with each step, sheltering everything from the rain. Scanning the ground for firewood, he looked up and noticed that while it was daylight outside, the woodland trees were now blotting the sun from the sky. Had he not known better, he would have sworn it was dusk. At last, he found a collection of broken branches and logs which were dry. Robert knew this was as far as he should go, as it was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate through the trees, which seemed to be growing closer together, their branches often interlinked and touching as if trying to keep those inside from escaping.
Come on.
Don't be silly, Robert smirked to himself. It had started to rain, and although he could hear the drops of water pelting off of the leaves above, the surroundings were perfectly dry. It made sense to make his way back and get a fire started as soon as possible, because once everything was wet, it would prove increasingly difficult to do so. He quickly gathered the last of the wood up into his arms, but just as he turned to leave and follow his own tracks on the pine-covered floor out of the unnerving woods, something caught his eye. Several feet away, obscured by a ring of trees particularly close to one another, there appeared to be a strange arrangement of stones on the ground. Robert, being Robert, he just had to investigate. After clawing his way through a net of branches, he found himself staring at what looked suspiciously like a grave. Hundreds of uneven gray stones the size of a fist, and some substantially big, had been piled on top of one another, about 3 feet wide, 7 feet long, and a couple of feet off the ground. It looked as though a mourner had marked the resting place of a body. A shudder crept up Robert's spine as he momentarily experienced a feeling
of being watched, but quickly dismissed it to replace it with curiosity. Nearby, he noticed that lying around the stones was a collection of randomly scattered belongings. Several empty beer cans lay strewn on the floor. A jumper covered in rotting leaves sat on the ground, while a sleeping bag, scraps of newspaper, and even some old food cans betrayed the grave for what it really was, someone's campsite. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and surmised from his surroundings that a few students would probably be there. Got caught in the rain, moving into the woods to remain dry. The stones were probably just placed there out of boredom, or even as a prank to creep out any passerby in the future. University summers really were great, Robert thought, casting a fleeting eye back to memories of summer trips with his friends. One thing about the stone configuration intrigued him. Sticking out between these two plain gray rocks on the side of the pile was a rock which appeared to be markedly different from the rest. Triangular in shape, it was wider than a human hand, smooth in the and not dissimilar to black marble, tapering off to a dull point at one end. Before he really considered it with any degree of scrutiny, Robert dropped the firewood, bent over, and tugged at the stone. It felt polished and cold in his hands, but it seemed to not wish to leave its home, wedged as it was so tightly amongst the other rocks. Growing slightly exasperated, he wrapped both his hands around the stone and finally, with an exerted judder backwards, he was free. Staring at it intently, it looked suspiciously like an ancient axe head. Whether it was or not, Robert was not qualified to answer, but it certainly looked like a man-made object, and he could see chisel marks along its side. Perhaps the previous campers found it nearby and then used the rock in their construction, without knowing of its significance. He was excited by the prospect, and knew instantly that on his return home he would ask a friend of his, who studied archaeology at university, whether it was what he suspected or not. After examining the object for some time, Robert was reminded by the sound of rain above that he really should make his way back to the campsite. Pocketing the stone, he bent over to pick up the firewood, but as he did so, he heard a noise. It appeared as though one of the stones on the pile had slid off and landed on the ground. A creeping sense of unease slowly started to exert itself upon his nerve, one which he could not explain. Picking up the firewood quickly, leaving the rest of the stones unmoved, he began to make his way back. With every step, something beat within was telling Robert that he was no longer alone. Worse, that he was being followed by someone in the woods. But with several nervous glances over his shoulder, he could see nothing. There were moments when he even fancied that he heard the sound of twigs and pines cracking underfoot, but again, no one was there.
What the
Breathing
fuck?
a sigh of relief, the tree line came into view, and
Well,
about a half mile across, was close enough to the camp. After 10 or 15 minutes of trudging through the long grass, occasionally sinking his feet unwittingly into remnants of a marshy bog, Robert found himself at the edge of the woods. Its boundary was dominated by older trees, which had long since withered, covered by thick brown hanging moss, nature's own burial shroud. The broken trunks of once beautiful and majestic pines and sycamores littered the ground, open and rotting from the inside, not unlike a decomposing animal. It occurred to Robert that the woods seemed somehow out of place. The trees did not belong to the landscape as others did. The long grass, which characterized the entire area, seemed to thin out and change from a healthy natural green color to a morbid yellow-brown.
As his thought ruminated, accompanied by an increasing sense of unexplainable dread, he realized that he was looking at a large dead ring of grass which followed the tree line perfectly, encircling the pocket of woodlands as if marking the limits of a tomb. On their own, in a forgotten part of the world, many would have been cautious of such a sight, but Robert quickly shook off his initial sense of vigilance, finding the area intriguing, a place unlike any he had seen before. With a bold stride, he stepped over the woodland threshold into the dim light within. On the forest floor, he could see many relics of past trees slumped on the ground. As he continued inward, the canopy above grew increasingly thick with each step, sheltering everything from the rain. Scanning the ground for firewood, he looked up and noticed that while it was daylight outside, the woodland trees were now blotting the sun from the sky. Had he not known better, he would have sworn it was dusk. At last, he found a collection of broken branches and logs which were dry. Robert knew this was as far as he should go, as it was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate through the trees, which seemed to be growing closer together, their branches off, interlinked, and touching, as if trying to keep those inside from escaping. Don't be silly, Robert smirked himself.
If I would have made it around the
It
corner,
had started to rain, and although he could hear the drops of water pelting off of the leaves above, the surroundings were perfectly dry. It made sense to make his way back and get a fire started as soon as possible, because once everything was wet, it would prove increasingly difficult to do so. He quickly gathered the last of the wood up into his arms, but just as he turned to leave and follow his own tracks on the pine-covered floor out of the unnerving woods, something caught his eye. Several feet away, obscured by a ring of trees particularly close to one another, there appeared to be a strange arrangement of stones on the ground. Robert, being Robert, he just went. After clawing his way through a net of branches, he found himself staring at what looked suspiciously like a grave. Hundreds of uneven gray stones the size of a fist, and some substantially bigger, had been piled on top of one another, about 3 feet wide, 7 feet long, and a couple of feet off the ground. It looked as though a mourner had marked the resting place of the body. A shudder crept up Robert's spine as he momentarily experienced the feeling of being watched, but quickly dismissed it because of curiosity. Nearby, he noticed that lying around stones was a collection of randomly scattered belongings. Several empty beer cans were strewn on the floor. A jumper covered in rotting leaves sat on the ground, while a sleeping bag, scraps of newspaper, and even some old food cans betrayed the grave for what it really was. Someone's campsite. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and surmised from his surroundings that a few students had probably been there in the summer, got caught in the rain, moving into the woods to remain dry. The stones were probably just placed there out of boredom, or even as a prank to creep out any passerby in the future. University summers really were great, Robert thought, casting a fleeting eye back to memories of summer trips with his friends. One thing about the stone configuration is creepy. Sticking out between these two plain gray rocks on the side of the pallet was a rock which appeared to be markedly different from the rest. Triangular in shape, it was wider than a human hand, smooth in places, and not dissimilar to black marble, tapering off to a dull point at one end. Before he really considered it with any degree of scrutiny, Robert dropped the firewood, bent over, and tugged at the stone. It felt polished and cold in his hand, but it seemed to not wish to leave its home, wedged as it was so tightly amongst the other rocks. Growing slightly exasperated, he wrapped both his hands around the stone and finally, with an exerted judder backwards, was free. Staring at it intently, it looked suspiciously like an ancient axe head.
Hang on to something.
Whether it was or not, Robert was not qualified to answer. But it certainly looked like a man-made object, and he could see chisel marks along its side. Perhaps the previous campers found it nearby and then used the rock in their construction without knowing of its significance. He was excited by the prospect and knew instantly that on his return home he would ask a friend of his who studied archaeology at university whether it was what he suspected or not. After examining the object for some time, Robert was reminded by the sound of rain above.
I have the code.
He really should make
You
his way
did
back
get
to the
rid of
campsite.
Kellogg after all.
Pocketing
How'd you
the stone,
manage?
He bent over to pick up the firewood, but as he did so, he heard a noise.
Does it matter?
No,
It
you're
appeared
right.
as though one
You
of
were
the
not the.
stones on
I
the
did
pile
the
had
best
slid
I
off
could.
and
Came
landed
up
on
with
the
some.
ground.
Here's the
Michael's
simple
sense of
explanation.
unease slowly started to exert
You
itself
need
upon
to
his
build a
nerve.
device that
One
will
which he
hijack
could
the
not
signal.
explain.
You know the crazy.
Picking
All
up
the
firewood
data's on
quickly,
harmonic
leaving the rest of
frequencies.
the stones
You've been
unmoved, he
hearing
began
it
to
all
make his
along.
way back.
I want to be
With
clear
every
that.
step, something deep within was
I'm sure
telling
it'll
Robert
work.
that he was no longer
But
alone.
can't.
Worse,
I got it
that
covered.
he was being
Good.
followed by someone
Good.
in the woods.
And don't you forget. It's
With
my
several
only
nervous
hope. Now go
glances
on.
over his shoulder, he could see
Take
nothing.
these and get to work.
There were
You
moments
do
when
whatever it
he
takes.
even fancied
Call
that
on
he heard
whoever
the
you
sound
know
of
to help
twigs
you.
and pines cracking underfoot, but again, no one was there. Breathing a sigh of relief, the tree line came into view, and Robert was filled with cheer, knowing that within a few moments he would be back out in the open air. But just before he reached the periphery of the woods, he heard a crack again. This time it was definite. It was louder than before, more pronounced, and accompanied by the hairs on the back of his neck rising in unison. He was convinced that someone was standing just a few feet behind, staring at him. Caught between the fear of knowing and the fear of not, he finally turned around slowly.
Protect and serve.
Yes, it was. He saw it. Only for a moment, but he saw it. An arm or a shoulder, something disappearing behind a tree nearby. Robert's mouth grew dry, making it difficult to swallow, and his heart started to thud deep within his chest. He began to backpedal slowly, hoping that he would not trip on an unseen root or weed on the floor, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. With each step, the woods grew lighter, and as he neared its edge, the light from outside bathed its interior in a bluish hue. He did not take his eyes off the large sycamore trunk, where that shadowy figure seemed to be hiding, not for one moment. It was peculiar, but an overpowering sense of safety out in the open dominated his thoughts. Normally a person feels exposed and vulnerable in the open wilderness, but not Robert, at least not in that situation. As he edged slowly toward the grassy plain outside, the subtle, foreboding sound of leaves rustling and swaying almost in anger progressed into a crescendo of noise. But there was no wind to gust, no breeze to disturb. There was only one conclusion to be reached. Something was moving towards him. And then he was outside, out of the woods, away from whoever had been following. No, not following, stalking him. Robert was not a superstitious man. You could not afford to be when camping alone in such remote locations, as the mind tends to play tricks, twisting the benign sounds of nature into something much more malevolent. But regardless, he did not wish to stay around long enough to find out who his unwanted companion in the woods had been. Dropping all but the sturdiest piece of wood, which he reckoned would make a good makeshift weapon, he ran as fast as he could toward his own camp, all the while glancing back at that strange island of trees surrounded by dead, withered grass. But nothing emerged. Arriving at his tent, out of breath and agitated, he packed up his belongings as quickly as possible, then carried his bike up a small hill and back onto the dirt path. Waiting not one moment longer, he cycled hard and fast, hoping to put as much distance between himself and that place and its unseen resident, before finding somewhere safer and more welcoming to camp. The road was now nothing but a single track of mud, which covered Robert in a shower of dirt every time his bike sloshed through an uneven depression on the ground. The weather was bitter, unusually so. The rain, accompanied now by a freezing wind, battered his face, making each foot of distance traveled feel like 100. He tried to continue for as long as he could, hoping to leave the necessity of making camp until the last usable ray of sunlight. But after a couple of hours, the skies opened further and the rain came down in sheets. He had to find shelter, and quick. Concluding that he had put at least 15 or so miles of winding, difficult track between himself and that bizarre coven of trees. Regardless of whether it felt enough or not, it was simply impossible to continue due to the elements. On the left-hand side of the path, there was a rather steep drop which led down into a large field, but it would not provide the shelter Robert knew he required. To his right was a humble gradient of grass which rose up into a large stretch of woodland. Following his strange experience from earlier, some hesitancy did present itself to him, but the horrendous weather soon increased the motivation for shelter, and after pulling his bike up through the grass, he entered the tree line. The torrential rain filtered through the tree canopy, and it took a while before Robert could locate a suitable spot to camp. Finding a large bush under several tightly knit fir trees, he pitched his tent there, and then, as the area remained relatively protected from the storm outside in the open, using some dried roots, grass, and twigs from the forest floor, he was able to start a small campfire which allowed him to cook some food while raising his spirits. Night began to close in, and as the wind and rain diminished, the sound of sausages sizzling in a frying pan on the fire provided the first sense of well-being and comfort that he had experienced since the morning. Thinking over his experience in the woods, he began to rationalize the events. He had found various belongings, a sleeping bag, clothes, fruit, and beer cans. It was obvious now that he had just disturbed a fellow camper. Someone who no doubt became frightened, seeing another human being wandering around the campsite in the middle of nowhere. That must have been it. The man, and he was reasonably sure it was a man from the little he had seen of him, probably hid behind that tree because he was simply scared or unnerved. Robert relaxed into a sigh of relief, but just as he did so, he slipped his hand into his jacket pocket. Touching its cold black surface, he had completely forgotten about the unusual stone he had picked up from that collection of oddly arranged rocks. Removing it from his jacket pocket and observing it in the low red light of the campfire, Robert was certain that it had been shaped by a human hand. It felt old, ancient. But he would wait to contact his archaeologist before getting his hopes up too much. He would have to admit, though, that the idea of finding a relic from the past was something that thrilled him deeply. Since he was a child, he had always obsessed by hidden or undiscovered history, which perhaps explained his fascination with exploring the Scottish countryside, a land steeped in stories and myths of strange and forgotten peoples. Above all else, he hoped that it was a good word. That mysterious indigenous people who vanished without a trace over 1,000 years ago. Something which historians still pondered and puzzled over. Of course, in all probability, it was a modern replica, but the romantic side of Robert's personality hoped that it was so much more, and enjoyed entertaining that hope. As he stared at the relic, something unusual began to filter into his awareness, something different. Above the crackling sound of the fire, the now subtle wind, and the occasional rustle of a woodland animal nearby, came a noise. It was distant. How far, Robert could not tell, but it echoed through the ridges and valleys nearby, scattering through the trees in the dark. It repeated again and again, with only a moment's pause between utterances, and it was an utterance of some description. Perhaps? Robert could not identify it despite his impressive knowledge of the local wildlife. The sound possessed strange characteristics of a creature unknown to him. In some ways, it was reminiscent of a bird of prey, but under this lay a painful, wretched noise more akin to that of a fox crying in the night looking for its young. That was it exactly. It sounded like it was looking for something. For the next 3 hours, Robert lay awake listening to the screeching noise ebb and flow as whatever was producing it moved closer and farther away. As he eventually drifted towards sleep, the thought occurred to him that the movement of the sound was not unlike that of a search party, yelling and shouting, looking for someone lost in the wilderness, following a distinct search pattern. In the cold light of day, the noise was gone, and while he had accepted that what had scared him the day before was simply a timid camper, cautious of a nearby stranger, he could still not shake a feeling of impending dread deep from the pit of his stomach. The day passed quickly, and while he made good progress, he did not do so with the delight he had previously felt. Something toxic lay in his mind, just outside of his awareness. Something which suffocated his spirits.
Can you take a look at these schematics? The scientist named the Institute.
Yet again, that
Why in the
horrible shriek came out across the wilderness.
They kidnapped my son.
Damn. Lost.
We'll give you whatever help we can.
Precious.
Now, assuming you could build this thing.
Subtle difference from the night before. It was closer. Sleep did
The
not come
Institute
easy.
uses teleportation to get in and
Robert
out.
fancied that
This
during the
machine
night,
can hijack their
he
signal
had
and
heard
send me
footsteps
instead.
nearby,
Teleportation?
but attributed these
For
to
real?
the simple nocturnal wanderings of a lonely deer or stag.
That would explain a lot about how the
While
Institute
following day
manages to
remained
operate.
overcast and gray,
If anyone can make heads
the
or tails of
wind
those
and rain
plans,
were
it'd be
gone,
Sturgis.
both a distant
I haven't
memory,
found anything yet
but
that
for
he
the
couldn't build to
occasional
fix.
accumulation
I'll
of
let you know
water
if I
on
hear
the
of any
dirt
settlements
track.
that need our help. In the
Robert
meantime,
cycled onward,
make sure to offer
negotiating a
help to
network of
anyone that
paths,
needs it.
while
That
realizing
can only
that
help
he
our
had
cause.
strayed from his intended route at some juncture. Despite this, he was confident he knew where he was, and this unanticipated change would simply be a small detour and nothing more. At times, he made great progress when the ground was even enough, stopping occasionally to take in a variety of delving valleys and rising peaks. Uncharacteristically, however, he kept his distance as much as he could from the woods and forest which often accompanied the road, while dismissing it as merely his imagination. At times, he felt like there was something within them, peering out from the dark, watching.
Level 72.